Don't hide, come and say hello. So shy. And we also have ably assisting us the wonderful Ashley over here. So judges, at any time that you need a refreshment or a drink of water or anything like that, Ashley is here for you to help you with that, so that you don't need to leave the panel. So thank you very much, troops. We really appreciate your participation. Okay. Look, if you've got phones on, you guys, just to remind you now to please switch them off. Otherwise, you look like a you-know-what when it goes off in the quiet. Thank you for that. If any of the judges might experience any exclusions in the walk past, there's papers and pens here. If you feel like you need to come and get that, please do that now. Otherwise, all good. And as I say, we're in the creative category. So I'm just going to read a little diatribe here about the creative category, just to get everyone to centre about what's going on. So the creative category is for composite or non-composite entries. Photographs which a photographer would intend to include in their portfolio. The creative category recognises photographers who have skills in several areas, or who may not wish to specialise in one genre. Entries may be commissioned or self-commissioned. Includes wall art and exhibition work. Entries may explore a range of contemporary and historical approaches and processes. An entry may be presented as a series, such as diptychs, triptychs, etc. While this category caters for a wide range of work, it still has to be photographic based. Permitted post-production techniques are pretty much all forms of post-production. Composite images, textures and borders, which need to be 100% photographic. Use of entrant-created presets and or third-party presets plugins such as Nik, Luminar, etc. So there's a little description of the category. We happy, boss? Okay. So we're going to have the run through, and check that out. And just remember, if you're uncomfortable with judging something, write the number down. Thank you. So it looks like some beautiful work there to get your minds into, and we're going to bring our first panel up, and they are.
Could we please have Amber Griffin, Matt Palmer, Richard Wood, Craig Turner-Bullock, and Mandy Lynn. Yep. Oh, that should be okay. We'll just just need to see what the first image is and see what. Right, okay, so we're good with that choice.
Okay, in the meantime, Ian's entering those exclusions, but we're going to bring up our first image. Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 74. Very even judging across the spectrum there. Panel happy? Craig, could you perhaps make a comment for the photographer here?
I really enjoyed the structure of these and the kind of skeletal feel, almost spinal through the middle. The thing that was pulling me back a little bit was I guess the progression of the decay, with the second one from the right being the most obvious decayed leaf there.
Before we change the image, I just remind the photographer that's a very high professional standard, so thank you for that. Next, I'll accept that score. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a bronze at 75. Once again, the scoring's very even across the board, so thank you for that. Panel happy with that? Matt? Challenge or talk? Comment. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, the background texture here is quite beautiful. However, with the complexity of the element that's being photographed, it actually makes it a little bit visually confusing. So just dialing down that background a little bit, I think, would help improve it.
Thanks for those comments, Matt. I'm sure the photographer will appreciate those. We'll accept that score. And next print, please. Okay, a little interesting one here. We have an initial score of 79, so already we have a bronze, but we have a challenge from Matt.
Okay, I feel like this is an image that we need to sit a little bit longer with, but don't worry, that's not my only argument. There's a lot of hidden little cookies within these images. It feels almost like a reference to micro photography, but at the same time, it's like watercolor, daubs of paint on there. There's industrial elements, and then there's a message die in one of the circles as well. So I'm not 100% sure what the story is, or even if we can derive what the story is from this, but there's certainly some intrigue, and that intrigue is what's lifting me up into the low silvers. So come join me.
Well, all you guys are only a few points away from each other, so perhaps Mandy, would you like to make a comment? Okay, that's fine. All right, Richard, how about yourself?
Yeah, I can see some metallic type textures in there, and they're running through those sort of purples and pinks. It's not narrating anything to me, and that's why I'm stuck. I've given it a professional standard at 73, and I need to hear more.
Yes, go for it, Craig.
So I scored this 81, so I'm in silver range as well. For me, I kind of see bad apples, and there's kind of some like caterpillar-like things in the second one down on the left, and I really enjoyed the kind of ink blot feel to the spots of colour as well. So yeah, that's why I scored it an 81.
Thank you, Craig. Do you want to bring it home, Matt? Most of them are pretty close to you, mate.
Yeah, well, I feel in terms of narrative, maybe there's not a clear story here, but there is certainly clear themes around decay and an industrial feel, perhaps around urban decay and being gated away from things. There's repetitions of fences and wires and that kind of thing, but presented in a way that's quite artful and beautiful, but, you know, occasionally using the ugly colours and tones to represent that decay. So I believe that ties in with that die message that is very subtle and easily to miss in there. And yeah, I would urge you to come up to silver. And I'll just say one more thing because I meant to say it. Art doesn't have to have a clear story. It can also leave a little bit of ambiguity for us to fill in the story.
Great comments, Matt. Thank you. Let's rescore, guys. Well done, judges. That takes it to a silver at 80. So I'll accept that score. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a bronze at 76. But we have somebody in the next scoring range there who would like to challenge, I'm sure. Craig, thank you.
Okay, so I think this is I don't know what this is actually, but I love the patterns. I love the colours. I feel like it's almost like peacock feathers and those peacock eyes looking back at us. And I think it's really nicely printed on the metallic paper as well, and just deserves a little bit more than a bronze for its kind of visual qualities.
Matt, would you like to counter that?
Yeah, I like that we could find that sharp, those lines that draw the eye and give us something to rest on. I did find that the interruption of those lines of that dark black was a little distracting and kind of broke up that journey. If there had been just a little bit more context to it, I think I might have gone higher.
Thank you, Matt. Anybody else like to comment? Craig, you're up.
Okay. Yeah, I think that, I don't need to say any more, I think. But yeah, just a few more points would be awesome.
Let's rescore the image. The initial score was 76. We've gained 1 point on the image for that, so it's a solid bronze. Thank you very much. 77. I'll accept that score. And next image, please. Okay, judges, we have an initial score of 82, a silver. There are a couple of judges here who have equal thoughts about the next scoring range as a distinction silver. Would Richard like to take that up?
Yeah, I like this piece. It's very different. I haven't seen something like this done before, and it's very innovative. Loving the sort of the organic shapes levitating here in a studio situation or environment, and it's questionable. It's like, how's that happening? And I love the fact that there's that little question mark shape at the end, just to top off that series. It's a really cute, innovative series, and I do wish it was maybe printed on a more of an organic paper to match. But yeah, I've set that at a silver distinction at 86.
Amber, your thoughts?
So I really agree with everything that you just said. But I scored this image a 78 because I felt really disappointed by how dark it was printed. When I saw it come up on the backlit screen, I liked it so much more, and I just feel that it's just printed too dark.
Matt, I see you support the image as well. Would you like to say something?
Yeah, I think it's been well said. In terms of darkness, yes, I would like it a little bit brighter, but I think the detail is all still held in that print. So that alone wouldn't hold me back from a silver with distinction to reward the creativity, the imagination, and the skill of having these levitating objects that have these beautiful shadows underneath them and pose an unusual question.
Richard?
I've got no more to add apart from, yeah, I hear what you're saying in terms of the... I think this could actually go a lot higher than my 86, and I hear what you're saying. But because of that, I've got it at 86.
Thank you, judges. So we have initial score of 82. Could we rescore, please? Very well done. We now have a silver distinction at 86. Sorry, accept that score and next print, please. That's great. We have a silver distinction at 85. Looks like the panel are fairly even across the board there. Are we happy with that? Okay, thank you very much. We'll accept that score and, oh, beg pardon, comment for the author, Richard.
Beautiful, gentle, delicate image, but I would have liked to have seen a bit more space either side on the left and the right. It's quite tight for a bird that's free.
Thank you, Richard. So, next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 73, very even across the panel. Panel happy with that? Thank you very much. Could I have a comment for the photographer, please, Matt?
Yeah, the woman in the photograph has been beautifully photographed. I just felt like there was a bit of a lack of depth to the image. It's all very quite flat, and that's reinforced by the flat background as well.
So that's a very solid professional standard for the photographer, so well done. And I'll accept that score. Next print, please. Okay, once again, very even scoring across the panel, just shy of a bronze at 74. Are we happy with that panel? Okay, Amber, would you like to comment for the photographer, please?
I think this is a really lovely, well-crafted image. However, the stalks, I think, don't really add anything to the layout. I think it would be a little more impactful if if the flowers were all shown a little more close up, and that central image in particular, I don't think does anything to aid the rest of the layout.
Thank you, Amber. I'm sure the photographer will appreciate that. So I'll accept that score. Next print, please. Okay, we have an average score of 77, which is obviously bronze. But let's get ready to rumble because we have an automatic challenge from Amber.
So,
And sorry guys, just before I get you guys to comment, can you please state what your scores are so we know where you're at?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I actually scored this in 88 because I think that it's a magnificent study in such an inane object as a pinecone, and it just shows so many different facets and different sides of such a mundane object. I don't know why everybody else is down on bronze, because I think that this is beautifully crafted and deserves to go higher.
Craig, what are your thoughts?
So I scored this a 72. I think that there's some really lovely colours and textures in the pine cones, and I think it's been well laid out. But I guess the two panels with multiple pine cones are dragging my attention away from all those other shapes of the singular ones, and I just felt like the colours and the background was a little bit muddy.
Yes, Matt.
Yeah, I felt that the background kind of took away from the luminosity of the pine cones. Perhaps the lighting could have been a little bit stronger on the foreground of those to lift them up a little, and also that's kind of reinforced by the strokes that are around each box of colour. So I guess what held me back were a little bit of the design elements.
So Amber, your colleagues have all scored fairly equally, so bring it home if you can.
Well, I really like the multiple pine cones in there. It just shows diversity, and I think that the natural colour in the background just speaks to the fact that these are natural objects. I don't think that it detracts from them. I think you should reward this a little bit more.
Thanks, Amber. Let's rescore, guys. Okay, so we're sitting on the fence now, so we're 79, so we're going to be in or out. 79 remains bronze, 80 is silver. And it remains at 79.
Just 1 second.
Oh.
Sorry, guys, just a couple of your scores have bounced back out again.
Okay, so we need Mandy again and Amber. Thank you.
So we have to do just
Again?
unlock yeah, just 1 second. We'll just unlock the system and
Sorry,
we'll just.
this one?
Yep.
And what am I do now?
Yep. So if you pop them in now, you'll be fine.
Yep.
We'll just unlock it and relock it.
So we lost Amber again.
Yeah. Amber, can you just pop yours in again? Just keep going. Do this. Yeah. One more time.
Need a tico?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh
Ooh.
no. Sorry, guys.
Should we lock it and unlock it again and see if it
Yeah,
works?
lock it.
Oops.
No, what if I just click on that tab, click on that.
So you've just locked the round, so you just need to unlock that just so that she can put her score back in.
No.
Okay. Just hold on
Just
just a
hang in
second,
there, guys.
Amber. We'll just get a tech person to help us. Can we have a tech help, please, to Judge Room 1, please? Okay, thank you, Ashley.
Thanks, Ashley.
Okay, just while we're waiting, perhaps we could find out a little bit more about our lovely esteemed judges. Matt, I'm gunning for you, seeing you're one of our representative Australians here. If you'd like to tell our audience a little bit about you, your background in photography.
Yeah, well, I guess I'll try and sum it up. I actually started off in music photography, then ran a wedding photography business, shot sports, including Muay Thai, which won Australian Sports Photographer of the Year. And then just to confuse everybody, I then won landscape last year, as well as the PPY. So I tend to bounce around a whole lot, which seems pretty suitable for this category.
Fantastic, thanks, Matt. Amber, you're relatively new to our judging family here. Could we hear a little bit from you, please?
Sure. My name's Amber Griffin, and I specialise in dance photography and movement photography. I do a lot of commercial work and headshots, and yeah, that's me.
And Mandy.
Hi, I'm Mandy Lynn. I specialize in portraiture, but recently have been doing youth work with photography. So that's Click Happy. That's been making me very happy.
Could Could you tell us a little bit more about the work you're doing with the youth, Mandy, with the work that you're actually doing?
Sure. Well, we started before lockdown with we were running a pilot, and then during lockdown we had over 750 kids sign up to be part of it. And from there it kind of took off. Last year we had 15 regions invite us to put on workshops, and this year we have close to 31 that are asking us to come. So yeah, it's wonderful, except now I'm doing very little photography myself. I'm doing a lot more teaching, so I have nothing in at the moment, which makes me a free judge.
Excuse me, Amber, would you mind putting your
Thank you,
score back
Mandy.
in? Thanks, Mandy. That's great.
Yay, it worked.
So thank you for that, judges. The score stays at a very high bronze, obviously, at 79. So thank you for that. And we'll accept that score. Next print, please. Right. But we didn't touch that one, though. We touched this one in here. Oh, did you? Okay, cool. All right, mate. Okay, well, that's great to start with. We have a silver at 80. We do have an elected challenge with Richard, if you'd like to take it up. Shake of the head. Well, seeing as you enjoyed the image so much, perhaps you can make a comment for the author or the photographer.
Beautiful colours, beautiful colours, textures, design, thoroughly enjoyable, and I can't give you anything to make it better, apart from print it bigger.
Thank you, Richard. Well, it's a wonderful silver, so thank you very much for that. We'll accept that score. And next print, please. Okay, we have a 69, and the scoring's pretty even across the panel. Are we happy with that? Amber, a little comment for the photographer?
From a distance, this is really beautiful. The colours are lovely, and I really like the circle matting. But in order to bring it into the professional standard, you just really need to get the focus somewhere, and on that front flower would have been great.
Thank you, Amber. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Well, that's great. We have some strong support for this image, and it ended up at the beginning on an 84, which is a very strong silver. However, there's a couple of judges there that feel quite strongly about it. Would you like to challenge that, Amber, or?
Does anybody else want to speak?
You or me, I don't mind. Uniqueness, but also beautifully lit, beautifully presented. It's unique in the fact that the rim of the photo has what's called a dirty edge, and it's in almost a style of the Annie Leibovitz sort of, but you know, showing the edge of that backdrop. But it's been used on an object, and I find that very quaint. The fact that it's levitating is just so different. What's really cool about showing that dirty edge is you're showing the rawness and the realness of that photo, of the situation and the environment. Yet this blooming thing's levitating, and I still can't work that out. So it's been demonstrated to us as this real, raw, honest, showing us what's happening, yet the thing's still floating in the air. And that, yeah, really worked for me. It's also bringing through the idea of the work of the photographer. You know, and the work that goes into creating things like this. We're showing the backdrop, we're showing the tape. It's taped down, it's stuck to the wall, it's taped to the desk. The scissors have been left in there. So it's that process of creating as well. So it was really different, and at an 86, silver with distinction. Definitely think it deserves that.
Thank you, Richard. Craig?
Okay, so I scored this 78, and I think it's definitely deserving of an award. I really enjoy the same things that you said, Richard, about the raw edges and everything, but I just find the scissors really distracting.
Amber, would you like to support the print?
I really love the inclusion of the scissors. I guess just from doing a little bit of floristry work myself, that's kind of a really key component. It's something that would definitely be there when you were putting something like this together, and I just think that it really adds to the story of the dirty edge. The other thing I love about this print is I think this has been printed really, really well. It's not too dark, and I love all the textures in the dried arrangement.
Well, there's a lot of support for the image, Richard, so you can bring it home and maybe... Oh, sorry, Matt, didn't see that. Beg your pardon.
Yeah, I'll keep it quick. I feel like this is behind the scenes where the magician has fooled you again, even though they said they were going to let you in on the trick. The scissors are there. I feel like that's cutting loose from reality. So, you know, they're like, oh yeah, this is how it's done, and then snip, and then the flowers float up, and you're amazed again. I feel like that's why the scissors are there. It's an indication of that distance from reality. I do enjoy the dirty edges or that kind of thing because that leads into that concept. I felt it was printed a bit too dark for the lighting that we've got here. That held me back, but I'm willing to go up a bit. I was on 84.
Thank you, Matt. So, Richard?
Yeah, you put that really well. You know, I'm being honest, and you still can't work it out. You know, and the scissors for me, they're not really a distraction for me because we've got this. It's spotlighted, so our eyes come right into that bunch of dried flowers, and the scissors sort of sit in that vignette in the dark, but are enough to give you an indication of you know, a behind the scenes look. Yeah, and if it was a portrait, you know, it might be the behind the scenes backstage broom or ladder or. I think it's very clever, and I can't move any higher than 86, but you guys can, and you should.
Thank you for that, Richard. So let's rescore judges. 84 was the original score. Well done, great argument, and it's now a very solid silver distinction at 87. Can we have a blank screen, please?
Thank you, judges. That was fantastic debating. We're going to do just a bit of a little judge swap here. Thank you, Amber. If you'd like to leave the panel, and could we welcome Jackie Rankin, please? Craig, thank you. Could we take you and pop in Tim Lomax, please?
You all good, Tim?
I can't scroll up to my tab.
Okay.
You can to the left left and right arrows down
And just
here.
while we're waiting for the judges to log in, I just want to thank Nikon again for their sponsoring of the Nikon Iris Awards 2021. Without them, this lovely event would not happen. So please share the love with Nikon when they turn up here for the trade show on Thursday. And it looks like we're good to go.
Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of a high bronze at 78. We do have, okay, we do have a couple of people who are able to electively challenge in the next scoring range. Jackie, you're the highest of those.
I scored at 83 into silver. There's an emotion in here that is quite fragile, and the print is fragile. There's a luminosity of those layers that speak of different emotions. Perhaps, you know, the hands across the breast area, perhaps it's regarding something to do with women's anatomy, you know, and loss of them, and the flight of hands, and there's some beauty in here that I think is beyond the bronze award, and I think it sits well in silver.
Tim.
Yeah, I was at 73 professional standard. I guess the delicacy of the emotion on the woman's face is lost as you go to the left and right hand on the highlighted white pockets, and I just found that kept pulling me away from the connection point, which is her face. Also, just the tonal range in the print seemed a bit muddy, and we also lose a lot of detail in her hair on the right side of her head, and so that's why I just kept it down here.
Matt, can you share your thoughts?
Yeah, I feel like some of that detail is lost because we are shooting through something that's translucent. I hope somebody knows what that is. I'm not quite sure. It could be some sort of curtain. It could be some sort of medical garment or covering or something like that. But it certainly has purpose and a medical purpose that Jackie outlined. You know, you've got the gauze patch. You've got some kind of scrubbing thing. Yeah, there's just something ethereal about this image that I felt like it needed to be rewarded above bronze.
Mandy.
I'm not actually seeing that as a gauze patch. I'm simply seeing it as a shirt with a pocket. And I see it as hiding. And the fact that the woman is kind of disappearing, it's using those layers of clothes to hide behind. So for me, that has elevated it in a story realm. But there are layers upon layers. There are several layers that are hiding the reality of this woman. And because of that, I'm going to go up to silver.
Thank you. Anyone else? Richard.
Yeah, I was up there and I'm searching, and thanks for putting out some pocket, because I was trying to, I could see that it was a buttoned-up shirt in the middle, but, and then you guys all sat down, and I got anxious and desperate, and I was like, I still haven't found what this image is about or what it means, so I sat down, I went, right, well, it's interesting enough for me to keep wanting to look and wanting to really desperately look, so I put in my 75, because it's worth that, because that's what it's done to me, but I'm really, Jackie, please just give me more of a, tell me what it is, because I want to be able to give it something, because it's got me fascinated, and no one yet has given a narrative of sorts, or a meaning, or an emotion, a bit of emotion, but yeah.
Go for it, Jackie.
We all can only bring our own story to what we see, and as a woman, I can feel the fragility of this, and perhaps breast cancer, and perhaps one the round circle is an implant, and maybe you've got a pocket. But the sheet, there's the obvious sheet sort of look of being. Well, we sort of know what sheets are, okay. But I think maybe you just have to look at the feminine side of you and feel that fragility and emotion and subtlety, and at different moments you'll bring your own interpretation to it, and I can't do that for you. It's up to you. So, but I'm definitely 83 in silver.
So there's some
That's
good
fine.
emotions expressed there. Let's see the keys reflect those. Rescore judges, please. Initial score 78. Well done, silver 81. Very genteel clapping there, audience. Bit of energy next time, thank you. Accept the score. Accept the score. Next print, please. Okay, we have the long and the short of it in some of these scores. So we have an initial score of 81, which is a silver. Well done. But we do have a challenge here, which is Jackie at what score, Jack?
I scored at 86, maybe, and that's 5 points, which means a lot, and it's a beautiful artwork. This area is also for portfolio, and there's just a wonderful connection of family here, a family of giraffe, and beautiful negative space around there. There's nothing that's really wrong about the image. Beautiful print. I thought it really deserved a distinction.
Okay, Matthew.
Yeah, I saw the same things and put it into bronze. However, I didn't go quite as high because I found that the darkness of the tails, although that may be authentic, was a little bit visually distracting and pulling me down towards the legs. I also found that the yellow wasn't really helping with the communication.
Just before you, Richard, Mandy, have you got anything to say?
No.
Okay, Richard.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. To me, this is mum's just had the baby, and these things fall from a great height and pretty much stand up the same day. And the rest of the tribe's coming over to have a look and check it out. It's quite a cool little moment. But I've got two questions that I need answering, and I don't understand the reasoning for the negative space up the top and the yellowing of the print.
Jackie.
Perhaps the negative space allows a bit of height, because these people they're not people, they're giraffes, are really high, but otherwise it would have been quite cramped, and there's a loftiness about it. It's like having a big ceiling in a room, makes you feel good. And the yellow is I wouldn't like white walls, I'd like a bit of warm walls, but I can't really give you a reason for the yellowing. Just a personal choice of the photographer. The black little tails, I find they're quite a lovely little repetition that ripples through there, and the legs. And in fact, you could cut off the whole top of the image maybe and just have all those legs. But yeah, you can see it in different ways. Yeah. So 86.
Okay, good chat. Let's rescore. Initial score was 81. Well done. That's a very solid silver at 84. Still sounds like we're at Wimbledon, guys, not New York Open. Okay. accept the score. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a fairly even scoring amongst you all. The initial score is 73, high professional standard. Matthew, you do have the option to challenge, and you're taking that up.
Yeah, I scored this as 78. I think what carried me just a little bit higher was that I saw a story that could have been told a little better, but for me it was about the impact of COVID and restrictions and that kind of thing, and maybe I'm showing how Australian I am, on businesses, and that is, you've got the bookstore, you've got the bank that's closed up, you've got this rundown building. So that was the feeling that it evoked in me. However, if there had been something on the street to give me more of an indication that that is a story, I would have gone into the silvers. So what I was looking for is a bronze to reward that and the beautiful light on the buildings and that partial storytelling.
Would anyone else like to comment? Yes, Matt. Tim, sorry.
I gave this a 72 professional standard. I do enjoy the characters of the buildings. However, I don't know if it's just my eye. There seems to be a right-leaning tilt throughout all three, and I think the image on the right would possibly ground it better if it was in the middle, and then the middle images highlight on the windows kind of kept distracting my eye from reading through the story, so that's why I just kept it in the professional standard range.
Might take it back to you, Matt. Everyone else is scoring pretty evenly.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you there. I'm not seeing quite so much of the right leaning, but I am seeing that the taller building or the more grand building is centered, and that's also the one with the light, so that draws us to the center, and then we examine these other areas. I see that as part of the authenticity of the documentary and the storytelling of the image to have that light there, even though it is reflected light from elsewhere, not coming from the building itself, it seems.
Thank you, Matt. Let's rescore, guys. The initial score was 73. And it remains so. So well done to the photographer. That's a high professional standard. We'll accept that. Next print, please. For those of you watching from home, we have a lovely audience gathered here today, so we hope you're enjoying being part of it also. Okay, we have a 79. It's a very high bronze, but we do have two people who are similar, and Mandy stuck her hand up first, so you can challenge Mandy. What is your score, sweet?
My score was an 84. Ooh, this is one of those images that you can, I was struggling to pull myself away from. There's so much to see here. Again, as with art, you can't necessarily discern what the the photographer was trying to get across. But for me, this is a story of the progression from groundedness to ascension through the trees, through the roots of the trees, and this kind of circle of life and these circles here. And it is just divine. I can spend so much time with it. It's, the more I look at it, the more I wish I had gone gold, honestly. Stink. It's so beautiful.
Okay, perhaps Matt, you can have a chat with this one.
Yeah, I was in high professional standard. I enjoyed the character study of the different elements shown through, the mini universe kind of style of photograph. What I was missing was that connection between the two the elements, which you might have started to uncover. But for me, I was getting a little bit lost on the very last sphere, which is the very geometric shapes.
I think I can add to the narrative here. I see this as a celebration of natural life. The left to me is an embryo, while the right is the flower of life. And then the second from the left to me feels like visceral blood vessels within the womb. And then you've got the rain and the texture on that, which just glistened as it turned around. And to me, that brings you to the center, which is where growth comes to. So I think it's a contrast of life force between nature and human. And I gave it an 84. And I almost wanted to go into silver distinction, so I think I might have been a bit too hard even.
Okay, so bring it home.
Jackie, do you want to say something?
I'm confused.
You can be.
Did you want to say something,
You
Jack?
tell me. No, just I'm confused.
Okay.
I like one element, but yeah.
Right. For me, I'm reading this almost in a chakral sequence. I'm seeing grounding all the way up to the crown chakra. Even though it's not 7, doesn't matter. It is fascinating. You've got this progression of life and all that nourishes life, and it is a celebration of the sacred geometry, the sacredness of our earth, and done so beautifully. Yeah.
Thank you for that, guys. So obviously it's sitting really close to the next scoring range of silver, so let's rescore.
I can't change.
No, you
mine.
can't change. No, you must stay the same. Well done. Thank you for that. We are now in silver at 82. Okay, we'll accept that score. Next print, please. Okay, we have the highest of professional standards at 74. Do have a couple of people who are in the bronze range if they want to challenge. Otherwise, is the panel happy? Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Mandy, go for it. What was your score?
I gave it a 78. The color palette is just so delicious, and there is definite creativity in this. To not reward the thought process behind this, I don't need to know what it means. I just need to know that it is so delicious to look at. And I want to know what you're faulting it for.
Matt, what held you back?
For me, I had to interpret it as an abstract because I couldn't work out the meaning or story behind it. But as an abstract, I'm directed towards the dark object in the center of the frame, which is possibly one of the least rewarding parts of the image in terms of detail and interest.
Tim, you slipped it in. Would you like to say something?
Yeah, I'm with Mandy on 75 in the bronze range. I did have, I guess, a bit of conflict between the natural elements and then the graphical added elements. I think it possibly could have been stronger just keeping it in the natural upper half realm of it. But as Mandy said, it is a visually stunning piece, and I think that should be rewarded as well as the colour palette.
Okay, Mandy.
I like the juxtaposition. It is intriguing, and for me, my eye just keeps traveling around it, and I just can't get enough of it. So, yeah, it's what, 1 point? Come on, let's not be miserly. This deserves to be rewarded.
Well, there you go. So let's rescore judges.
Yes.
Squeezed it in, Mandy. We have a bronze at 75. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Just change it up, mate. Thinking very efficiently, judges, and we're doing well for time, so you're doing well.
Can we just hold your scoring there just for a moment, judges? Can we have a blank screen for a moment, guys?
No idea what's happening. I think we might be possibly looking at the orientation of the image.
Thank you, judges. The orientation of the image is correct on the print, so can we have the print background, please?
Okay, so we had an initial score of 72 and fairly even across the board. One slightly up, but we happy with that? Tim, could you speak to the print for the photographer, please?
Yeah, I think it's a beautiful print. I almost got nature's fingerprint. I guess what kept it down for me is there was a lack of focus. There wasn't a sharpness in the main area of the image, but I think from afar it's beautiful. The composition is balanced, and yeah, congratulations.
Thank you, Tim. We'll accept that score. And next print, please. Just keep chugging on. Do you want a black screen next? Okay, we have an initial score of the highest of professional standard at 74, but we do have somebody who's in the next scoring range. Jackie, would you like to challenge that?
Oh, talk. Yes. I scored at 82 because I really loved the lines of dark and light, and my eye was vibrating between those. The shapes of the elephant's ears and the technique that's come in double exposure or to blur. I had to almost look past the orangey red tone, and if it was in monochrome, it would have been magnificent. But I still went to 82, and that's it.
Everyone else was fairly equal, but we haven't heard your dulcet tones for a while. Richard, would you like to say something?
talking to me in Italian with French. Sweet.
Whatever gets you, mate. Whatever gets you going.
Yeah. Oh, look, it's obviously, it's either a composite or it's had some work done to it. I'm struggling with, there's some huge amount of contrast on the elephant's ear on the right. However, you go over to the left-hand side and it's really lacking separation between two of the animals there. And my eyes kind of getting confused, and I feel like the editing it needs to be finished a bit better. And possibly could have been better without it. It's just a bit too confusing for my eye.
There was a lot of nodding there, so Jackie?
Yeah, I can see those faults, but there's a lot of potential, I think, here for this author to rework the image and fix some of those things. So,
Thank you. Rescore judges. Initial score 74. Where it remains, so well done to the photographer. That's a very high professional standard. Blank screen. We'll have a blank screen, thank you, and I'll accept that score.
We're just going to have just a panel change. Matt and Richard, thank you. And Mandy, thank you. We'll get you to step off for now. Could we please have Tanya Niwa, Mika, and Craig, please?
We all good? Yep. Okay, next print, please. Okay, thank you, judges. So we have a pretty solid bronze at 77. But we do have an elective challenge from the man with the most noticeable hairstyle in the room, Craig.
Okay, so I gave this an 82 silver, and I guess I gave it that because I can see more than what we're just presented with. We've got a flower or a plant here, but I also see a butterfly, I see a face, a skull-like shape. So there was just a little bit more to it than just an image of a botanical subject.
Okay, Jackie, would you like to add?
yeah, I didn't see that at 73. I saw a high contrast, hard lighting on a delicate subject, and I thought that the lighting wasn't suiting the subject in the bright background. Maybe I'd love to see the exposure go even further to make it more luminous and be floaty. I just was stuck with the hard stem and the dark shadows. But I'm listening. Yeah.
Anyone else like to add to that? Craig.
I think that, I don't have any more to add. I've said what I thought.
Okay,
in the
original
first-
score, 77.
So,
Rescore, please.
Just for the benefit of our audience at home, Craig's hair is actually purple.
What there is of it.
come on now. I know I'm receding a little bit, Richard, but you don't need to dig in.
Okay, we now have a 78, so even a more solid
Russell.
and a bronze. So thank.
Why did I say Richard?
Oh, we get mixed up all the time. Thank you for that. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Okay, we have a fairly solid high professional standard at 73 with fairly even scoring across the panel. Are we happy with that? Mika, would you like to comment to the photographer?
Yeah, I think this is a lovely impression of a forest, and it gives me the feeling of summertime. I can almost smell it. I really like the multiple exposure impression. I think there are a few bright areas that are drawing my eye unnecessarily. So if the photographer has the opportunity to experiment a little bit more with this technique, I would encourage him or her to do so.
Thanks for those comments. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. So for those in the audience, you might want to play a little mental game with yourselves of what you might score the image and see how you compare with those of the thoughts of the judges. Gives you something to do at the time. Okay, we have a little bit of a stoush here, which is great. We have an initial score of 79, so the highest of bronze and nearly a silver. But we do have a couple of elective challenges possible. Tim, you're the highest of those. Take it home.
Yeah, I gave this an 86 silver distinction. I just think it's a beautiful graphic quality to it, and when you get right in close, there's still some details in those rocks, and then obviously the trio in the bottom left of the composition. I just think it's strong. I could see this blown up in someone's lounge. Really beautiful. Even the yellow tones, in contrast with the silhouette, I think adds to that sort of warmth and gives context to where these animals would be found.
Jackie, you're at the other end there. We'll go with you first.
So, yeah, I'm at 73 listening. Part of the reason I'm down there is because these animals are looking at me, but I can't see their faces. Why? And that was not engaging me with it. That there's that, but it's about the space and obviously this time that big negative space that I'm trying to resolve in my mind.
Tanya, you're enjoying the image. Have a crack.
So I'm listening. Go.
Sorry, Jack.
Yeah, compositionally, as Tim mentioned, it has a real impact, and it's obviously very considered that there is so much negative space, and that works so well for the image that we have plenty of room to enjoy the subject at the bottom, the subjects at the bottom. There's actually the gaps between the horns create some almost like eyes, so we don't see the faces, but we see the gaps in between the horns, which almost are like 3 sets of eyes. I think one eye is missing, but there's about 5 of them, so that's quite cool. I really appreciate the texture and the shape of the landscape at the bottom, and also the swaying tails. Just the silhouettes, it's stunning, and yeah, it would be awesome, huge as well. Congratulations to the author.
Mika, you're in the middle, seeing as we're having a bit of chat here. Would you like to contribute?
I think everything that I would say has been said. So at the
Awesome.
yeah.
Okay, Tim.
Can I?
Who? Sean, sorry?
Just say something.
Oh, Craig, I beg your pardon. Go for it. mate.
I'll just be quick. For me, a silhouette is about the shapes, and we've got some great shapes here, but the two joined bodies really. I'd love to have them separate so you can see them both quite clearly. And there are some little bits of grass sticking up on the rocks, which would have been cleaner if the lines were more consistent there. That took me down from going into the bronze range into 74.
I thank you, Tanya, for what you've added there. I kind of now see that's added to this image. There's almost like a masquerade quality to these animals. As Craig said, they are silhouettes and you still get a lot of character from them. I guess just to answer Craig's point about the two on the right, I see these as the parents. They're going to be a collective. They are a unit and they're little babies off to the left. And I love the swaying of their tails off and to the left. Again, just a really, really strong graphic image. The negative space gives it that breathing room. The yellow tones adds to context, and I think even the grass adds to where you see these animals. So I think we should reward the photographer.
Thank you for that, Tim. We have people nodding. So the original score was 79. Rescore, please. That's nice. For the photographer, we have an 82 silver. Well done. I'm much happy with that level of clapping. Thank you very much. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Okay, we have a lovely little silver at 82. And very, very even scoring in the panel there, so looks like the panel's happy with that score, yes. Tanya, would you like to make a comment for the photographer?
There's obviously lots of thought and intention gone into this image and lots of hard work, and the image really plays with your how do you say that? It has lots of dimensions to it, and I think that's what works really well for it.
For those not here, there was a lot of gesticulating there, so that was good. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Fairly even scoring, resulting in a 73, a high professional standard. Panel happy with that? Okay, thank you for that. Craig, would you like to make a comment for the...
Yeah, sure. I really enjoy some of the patterns and textures and colours in this image, but I feel like the actual shapes themselves are a bit just cut out. There's no kind of dimension in the image there.
Panel seem to agree with those comments. That's great. For the photographer, thank you for that. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Okay, we have some fairly even scoring amongst 4 of the judges, but we do have one that's feeling much stronger about this image, and it results in an automatic challenge, which is Craig.
Okay.
And the initial score was 76, so we are at bronze.
Okay.
But Craig's in another field.
Yeah, I really enjoy this. I gave it an 87, silver with distinction. I immediately thought when I looked at this of like a piano virtuoso frantically tapping at the keys, and it felt very musical for me, and there's a lot of movement and motion. And then I looked at it a bit closer, and I see kind of a harp shape, and that kind of reinforced a musical theme for it for me going through the middle. And yeah, just I feel like it just makes me want to get up and feel some music and dance.
What does it make you feel, Tim?
I gave this a 72 professional standard. My eye felt confused where to land. I get the whimsical nature. I see, I don't know, Beethoven, not strumming on the piano, playing away on the keys and getting lost in the music. I guess there were just a few things that really held me back. There's the top left corner with the white streak going up, but then there's also the black streak coming down from the top, and I feel torn between those two. And then just in between the highlights on the keys, I guess pull my eye, but not necessarily to anything, and that's why I've kept it in the professional range.
Very considered comments. Mika, you're middle for diddle. What about you?
Yeah, I'm on 77, similar kind of reasons. I saw all the musicality, really enjoyed that, thought it was very worthy of a bronze. The right-hand side, I think, has a lot more interest than the left-hand side, and I feel it's a bit unbalanced. The left-hand side is much brighter, and I don't feel contributes as much. So I'm a bit on the fence with this, yeah.
Great.
Okay. I think that those kind of distracting elements just add to me to the frantic nature of somebody who is really passionately playing music, and so I really like it for those reasons. But yeah, let's rescore and come up if you can, please.
Okay, the initial score was 76. Rescore. Okay, it's more piano lessons for you, Craig, because it stays at 76, which is still a bronze, so well done to the author, the photographer. Accept the score, next print, please. Okay, we have a very even score across the panel, and it's resulted in a bronze at 77. I'll accept that. Let's have a look. We haven't heard from you for a little while, Tanya. Do you want to have a speak to the photographer or read that image?
Yeah, beautifully executed and printed, and great tones through the image. I think what perhaps stopped it from going any higher was just when we go in and look through the detail, we sort of don't know where to. We're not really drawn to any particular one point of the flowers, so I think it just needed something a little bit more. But overall, a beautifully executed image.
Which results in a bronze. Thank you for that. We'll have a blank screen, thank you. And I'll accept that score at 77.
Thank you, judges. We're just going to have a little judge change. Thank you, Tim, if you'd like to take a little rest. And could we welcome back Amber Griffin, please?
All good, Emma? Next print, please. Okay, so initially we have a silver at 80. Does anyone feel strongly about that? Everyone happy with that score? Okay, Mika, would you like to say something to the photographer?
Yeah, I find this a fascinating a piece of art. I've never seen someone put together the circular and horizontal like this before, and I think for this image it really works. I think it adds something having that extra space at the top and bottom. I really enjoy the horizontal lines and the multiple exposure of the hills in the background. You can really enjoy this image for a long time, and the printing quality is wonderful. Great image.
Thank you for those comments, Mika, and well done to the photographer with your silver, and that is the last of our prints, so we'll accept that score. Oh, one more, I beg your pardon. No? Yes? No? No more.
Can we have a blank screen, please?
Yeah, which goes without saying if there's no more prints.
Only 52 digital prints to go, yeah?
Thank you, judges. We'll just take a break for a couple of minutes just so we can get the computer screen and table set up for our next round of digital entries. Our panel will stay the same at this point, so if you need to stretch or go to the bathroom, have a stretch, do some star jumps, we'll see you shortly.
It's not pinging, doing that ping. Sorry.
Is it needed in here? Okay. We need another box to raise the screen up. Great. Yeah, the same guy that's bouncing between rooms and is asking for that box in every room. So.
Is it not charging?
Just while we're changing our screens and things over, if you are an award-winning photographer and sharing your fantastic images and hard work online, we do have a few hashtags that we would love you to use with your images on social media. If you're not sure what they are hashtag NZIPP, hashtag Nikon NZ, hashtag Canon NZ, hashtag Iris Awards 21, and hashtag Nelson Tasman, just to put Nelson on the map as the centre of photography for this week. That would be awesome, thank you. And another shout out to Nikon again for sponsoring our awards 2021 and also for sponsoring this category, the creative category. Big shout out to our students from UCOL who have been working hard around the back here for our prints. We're incredibly grateful for the time that you guys have giving up to come here, and we hope that it's been a fantastic learning experience for you. And we look forward to seeing you again next year, hopefully. That'd be awesome. Also like to thank the Honours and the events team too for all the hard work that they do behind the scenes putting this event together. It's a bit of a thankless task. They work long hours behind the scenes, but we want to just acknowledge how grateful we are for that effort that they all put in.
No, you just looked at me like, with that. Yeah, I was like,
With a disappointed look.
yeah, I'm so.
Come on now. Russell Russell is
I was
digging
going to say,
at
just
me
a minute here,
about
I'll just
my
do it
hair. And now you're digging at me about my age. Get out of here.
I'm done. I've had enough.
Sorry. Sorry.
Ian, are we good to go?
Yes, we are. Sorry.
Okay, judges, can I get you to take your seats, please?
Thank you. I thought they were left alone. We've got Tanya. Tanya.
Might have just been the toilet.
She's the boss. You, Tanya?
How are you?
It's good. It's good.
She's 28 first.
No.
Total
That's another store.
It's a bit confusing.
Thank you, Tanya. Ian, could I just have you over here just for 2 ticks, please, if you don't mind? Can you just confirm how many? Because we have 20 of 83, 27 of 80, Kinsey of 83, and then we have 28 over here. Who's going to
So what's the answer?
So,
So we're at 80 in total for the whole category. Yeah, we only done 27.
this could be just the digital component, it might drop off once there's 100 images.
So are you happy to start?
Yes, I'm going to keep checking just a little bit longer and then. I know. Yeah, no, it's fine. We'll just squeeze you in as soon as we can. 'Cause each time I've gone to bring you on, your exclusions have popped up again. Okay, so maybe something to think about for next year if you want to keep. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that would actually, yeah, that's a good point. It would be good to.
Yeah. Yeah. No problem.
If you weren't so good looking, you'd be in trouble. It's all right.
Yeah, lovely.
And when we had the judges briefing,
It is still good earning on certain but it just keeps on going, pausing. So, unfortunately, COVID things meant to just about every city. Before it was just 30% of our income, and it was quite big projects that, not lots of little ones, like, bigger projects that we might go over.
I lived in the States for 4 years.
But
Some of that
everything that's,
just like it's such a cool things you can go to. Like obviously
on an eye or
place
things, tribal things, and it's just
I have intelligent
full-time student.
what's
Yeah, started at level 2, we did level 1. Consider 21 hours a week, and that's 7 hours self-directed. And so, but I tend to do that anyway because
I was on a running team. Or did we compete?
oh yeah, we did basics, but this is whole other level.
That's why I was there.
It wasn't until I was at, yeah, it's a whole other level of
Once upon a
Dad had
time.
to take himself to university.
Long time ago.
Okay, everyone, we're all good. So judges, just gather your thoughts, please. Thank you, audience, and my esteemed assistant, Shah Devine, will bring up the first image. Thank you, judges.
Just a reminder, judges, to refer to the image and not comparing it to prints, because we are judging them as they are as an image on screen. Thank you.
Most excellent start to the digital array. We have a strong silver at 84, but we do have a judge in the next scoring range, and I'm sure she'd like to talk to it. Amber, you're at what?
I gave this image 89 because I just feel that there is so much emotion in this little character. I'm not really quite sure what the meaning is behind this image, but I just feel so much sadness from this character, and I think that just compositionally it's very beautifully balanced, and I think it deserves to be awarded a silver distinction.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got distracted there. Away with the fairies as usual. Craig, what would you like to say?
I really enjoyed this as well, and I gave it an 82, and I think I'll come up to distinction. I think that this speaks a lot about this character, that it is in solitude, but also there are moments in that solitude that are joyful, like the crazy waving of the arms in that middle one on the left, and then there are some really intensely sad moments in there as well. So yeah, I'm going to come up.
Tanya.
This image is really fascinating. At first you go, oh yeah, what are we going to see here? And you go up and you go, oh yeah, okay, so we're going on this journey. And then the photographer's added some humour in amongst us feeling different emotions. And when I got to the clothing and the masks hung on the fence, on the clothesline, I thought the photographer's got a real sense of humour and has conveyed it really well here, because you're not really thinking of this figure in that sense as being real as a human. I don't know, it just conveys or conjures up a sense of more three-dimensionality. And also the bottom right one, that's the one in the forest, that really does evoke emotion, yet it's not human. And I think the photographer's it's very clever. And the bottom left image, it's almost like sleeping or decay with the figure. So there's so many different elements in here. And I can't help but think it's a great reflection of someone in lockdown doing something like this and reflecting all these different emotions. So yeah, I'm happy to go up to a much higher score. I scored at 84.
Well, there's some strong thinking and scoring in there already. Is everyone happy with that? We'll write a reply.
Great. Sounds like everybody is willing to come up. So go for it. Be generous.
Okay, initial score 84. Nicely done. But it's brought up another exciting situation because it's scored 89. So That's great, really, because the excitement drags on. So, guys, you get to have another crack at it. So, 89, it remains an extremely high silver with distinction. Or 90, it's gold. Was that darling? Sure. Sure. Allow that to do.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's a good
So we're going to carry on the conversation.
So I haven't talked it yet, so we can talk about gold now as well, and I think I have a bit of information maybe that comes to it, that it's childhood demons, and travelling through grief and all of that kind of thing, and the process of art making and making things like this is a way of communicating all that and getting it out. Perhaps, and I came to the one with colour in the middle, and the colour holding on to things was maybe getting over some of that and pushing through. But every image on its own is beautifully represented, and they come together in that sort of cross as well, and so there's certainly a lot of emotion in there, and I think I might go gold on it.
Mika.
Yeah, I haven't said anything yet either, and I'd like to. I think not only for the emotive reasons, and it's incredibly poignant, and there's great pathos here, but also the placement of all of these beautiful images is quite seriously well considered. There's the little dashes of gold, there's the magenta between the bottom left and the bottom right images, the blues. It's really incredibly well put together, and to do that with the subject matter and with each image standing alone so strongly, I think this is really quite exceptional.
Tanya.
The other point I didn't comment about, but actually really takes it home for me, and I am talking myself up to gold here, so I'm definitely going for gold now. Is the middle left the black and white photo in the centre on the left. I actually read it as wait for me, like what about me kind of thing. That's that emotion that was evoked. Like someone was looking at that person. Do I save you, or do you want to be? There's so it's like an incredible way that the photographer has created all these different emotions for us to experience. And Jackie, that was great. You actually explained how you felt about it, and that helped even more.
Anyone else like to say anything?
I just think that this is a beautiful example of something that needed a little bit more time to sit with, and I'm so glad that we had that time. Yeah.
Okay, so it is a situation where it's 90 or 89.
Mm-hmm.
And it's unanimous at 90. So that's a great example where great minds, when they're given a bit of time to think, can come up with all sorts. So we will accept that. Wonderful gold, our first, and we'll accept that score and next image.
Put it in the wrong thing.
So 4 judges have scored very evenly, but it's resulted in a very high bronze at 79. So nearly a silver, not quite. Perhaps, Mika, would you like to have a crack at it?
Yeah, so I'm allowed to challenge?
You are.
Yeah.
I've asked you to challenge.
Okay. This to me depicts someone shutting down and being squeezed. And initially I was a bit confused because it kind of looked a bit Three Wise Monkey-ish, and I think that kind of held me back a little bit. But then when I looked a bit closer, I was like, no, that I don't think that's the intention at all. I think you've got someone who's a little bit open and then over time really shutting down. And I think the loss of the breasts from the left through to the right, I think, has an impact on this progression. I probably would have liked to have seen a bit more of a transition. The central image is very close to the one on the right, but I think despite that, this is very strong and is worthy of a silver for sure.
Jackie, your response was slightly different. What's your thoughts?
Oh, yeah, so I was a bit confused. I was at 73, and yes, the colour, the skin colour going to green, somehow I felt that they were too close together, and that it wasn't really resolved as a strong communication into bronze. But I can come into that bronze range, but I'm still not sure about the silver. The elongated arms become such a strong element, and take me away from the feeling that emotion. But so that's where I'm getting stuck in there between the design and the final resolution of it.
Tanya, you supported silver. What have you got to say?
Well, why I supported this image at 82 is I wasn't expecting to find. I think the impact of having the elongated arms really worked, and I think I was surprised by that element. And it wasn't immediate that I noticed that the breasts were missing in the second and third image, so that started questioning. That helped with me being more curious about the image. I totally also with the change in the tones from the left to the right, that was sort of unresolved. But yeah, I gave it 82 for its originality.
Mika?
Yeah, I see the elongated arms as very intentional and being fit into a mould, being squeezed into a position that is unnatural and not comfortable. And I think the discomfort is intentional and what we're supposed to feel. I also am noticing, while I'm getting more of a chance to look at it, is over on the right, her arms actually make the shape of a heart. I think this is a broken-hearted woman, and we see the progression. And yeah, I think there's a lot more in this even than what I initially saw. So yeah, I'm definitely on 80, and I would encourage you to come up and meet me there.
Okay, well, we're so close to that silver range, judges, so let's rescore. 79 it was. Mika, you just got to re-enter your score, that's it. Well, that's lovely. You all took it unanimously into silver. So we have 80. Sorry?
Thank you, judges. We're just going to do a little judge change. Thank you, Jackie. You're able to step off the panel now for us. And could we welcome on, please, Rebecca Kempton. Craig, can I get you to take a little rest for a while? And could we have Matt Palmer back? And Mika, can you hop off just a little bit for Mandy Lynn, please? Yes, thank you so much.
You're all alive? Excellent. Okay. Next image, please. relatively even judging across the panel and has resulted in a high professional standard of 73. Matt?
Just a comment. I'm guessing this is maybe for a boudoir folio or something like that. The light in the top left kind of draws your eye to that area rather than the highlights in the center. And perhaps if you could build a contraption that spreads the water a bit more evenly rather than in those two kind of direct splashes, it might elicit more of a rainfall or stormy evening kind of feel. At the moment, the two streams is a little bit more confusing.
Okay, accept that. Next print, next image, please. Very even scoring across the panel, thank you, and it's resulted in a high professional standard of 73. Everyone happy with that? Amber, would you like to comment to the photographer?
Does anybody have anything valuable to say?
You can pass on that responsibility. Anyone else? Matt, thank you.
There's lovely details and color in this image that works really well as a high key. I think perhaps what we might have been looking for is a little bit more clues rather than just perhaps symbolism that we can take in any direction we want. Just something that kind of anchors it in reality or draws us towards some sort of theme.
Thank you, Matt. We'll accept that score. Next image, please. For those of you at home, maybe you can have a little pad and a pen and try and score these images yourself and why. And if you aspire to be judges, it's quite difficult being put on the spot and having to articulate your thoughts straight away. So have a think about that. Okay, well, it's great. We have an initial score of an award of a bronze at 75, but Rebecca, who's got the second most noticeable hairstyle in the room, has got an elective challenge at 82.
I'm going to fight for this one. So I gave it a score of 82, silver. When it first came up on the screen, I saw dancing women, I saw them reaching out to each other, I saw these beautiful arms reaching out, I saw it's playful, I got closer, the texture is beautiful, the colour palette really suits what's going on. It is a bit cool, but I think that works. I see this has got a human element to it, and I think it's been very cleverly done. I probably would have liked the crop to have been a little bit wider on the left and right, just to include the edges there. That is one thing that probably didn't make me go up any higher, but I just want to reward the photographer for, making feathers into something that I see as beautiful dancing women in beautiful dresses and arms reaching out and dancing, and very playful, very elegant, very delicate. Yeah. Let's do it.
Okay, let's have a look. What are we doing? So I lost total track of what's going on here. Right, so Tanya, you're at the other end there.
Matt wants to speak.
Oh.
Go first. That'll be time. Okay.
I'm the boss. Tanya, what do you got?
Oh, what have I got? Silence. I actually enjoyed all of the elements that you mentioned about the figures. So I think it was just perhaps the level of dimensionality or flatness for the background that was probably what kept me back. I think it was very simple, and perhaps I thought that 70 was where it sat well. But hey, let's talk.
Your turn, Matt.
Yeah, I also saw the dancers, which is what put me into bronze, just because of that symbolism and metaphor. However, I feel like there was so much potential to not just simply mirror the image twice. There could have been other feathers and other characters that could have balanced out the other side.
Rebecca.
In all honesty, I didn't see the mirrored image. Normally I pick that pretty quickly, but I can see that now. I don't think it lets it down. I think that who can make people out of feathers? This person. And I think it's a piece of art. I could see it on my wall. And yeah, it's 5 points and it means a lot. And I think that this photographer has done well. There's a bit more there to learn and carry on with, but I think, yeah, I'm still happy on my silver.
Okay, well, you're happy on your silver, Rebecca. Everyone else is pretty much the same. We've got an initial score of 75, a bronze already. Rescore, please. And you've lifted it to a strong bronze at 77. Thank you for that, judges. I'll accept that score. Next image, please. Okay, we have a bronze at 76, so well done. We do have... Thank you. We do have 2 judges in the next scoring range. Do they feel like taking up that challenge? Amber, perhaps?
Sure. I scored this in 82, and I feel like it sits in silver because of the really interesting compositional elements of this image. I think the colour palette is very simple and very beautiful, and I just love the way that the foreground elements interact so well with the background elements. I think this should come up to silver.
Tanya?
There's a real challenge to really focus on the subject because the foreground, the sand is so bright. And I think that's what detracts from it. And then you've got such a strong darkness on the left-hand side. Perhaps it was a polarizer, and then the lighter area on the right-hand side of the sky. So they kind of take my eye, they lead my eye away from the subject. And also it's quite challenging to see when you get into the subject, you can't really see what's going on as well as I'd like to.
So, Mandy, you've got another set of eyes on now. Do you want to support the print? No, the image?
No, Matt.
Oh, well.
I think the bit that lifted me, I scored it in 81, and what lifted me into a silver was the whimsy that she seems like a magical creature in a magical place, and she's able to create smoke out of her hands. Just the way that the cloud, the way that the photographer chose to photograph in just that presentation with the cloud. I love that bit of whimsy, and so I'm rewarding that.
Your two, Matt. Sorry, I didn't see your signal there.
Yeah, just to add to the conversation, I feel like the person is looking backwards, the cloud coming from the hand is going backwards, and the ribbon is actually all of these things, including the brightness of the light, are leading us to the right-hand edge. Whereas I kind of feel like I want to be moving into the frame with this person, or have them pushing against the frame for some other kind of storytelling reason.
Sure, the photographer's enjoying the conversation. Amber, bring it home.
I hear all of those things that you are saying, but I still feel like this belongs in the silver range. When I had another inspection of it closer up, I can see detail all through the subject's garment, and I just think that the darkness of the sky in the left-hand side is actually really well balanced. It has a kind of yin-yang feel to it somehow. And I still really think that it's a very clever composition. So come up to silver, guys.
Thank you, Amber. We have an initial score of 76. Rescore, please. Okay, so interestingly, we are now on 79. So well done to the photographer, but the excitement still continues for them. So you know what to do, guys and girls.
Mine's doing it.
Yeah, it's all good.
All of ours are.
Hang on, I'll just unlock you all. 1 sec.
Did mine already go through?
I need to put yours in again.
Tanya, we haven't got you.
Oh.
Okay, the image stays at 79, which is a very high bronze. Thank you. Just going to have a little pause.
I would just like to do a judge change, please. Thank you, Mandy. If you'd like to take a little rest. And Tim Lomax, could you come in for Mandy, please? Tanya, do you want to take a little break? And could we bring Mika back, please?
We all digitally present, are we? Okay, we'll have the next image, please. And we're just slipping behind time a little bit, judges, so excellent, thank you. We have an initial score of 74. Quite even scoring. There is one who's slightly above that. Tim? Yep, go for it.
Yeah, I'll give it a go. I gave this a 78 bronze award. I think this arrangement is a classic take on a floral still life. I just wanted to reward the photographer for the well balance in lighting, and also the colour palette and tonal range throughout this. I think you can dance around the flowers quite nicely. There's nothing necessarily pulling me away or pulling me directly to it. So I just wanted to reward the photographer for a great take on a classic image.
Mika?
Love the colour and the lighting. I feel that there's one flower in particular that's overly bright, and I also feel that it's not quite centred. There's more black on the right-hand side than the left, and for those reasons, I think I'm at 75, and I'm quite happy with that.
Everyone happy? Tim?
Yeah, I definitely hear that. I'm not asking for much here, just up 1 point, and I think on a technicality, with the lighting and the colour tones and the palette of the image, I think it should be rewarded at a bronze. So come on up 1 point, please.
Rescore, please. One point it is. 75. Well done to the photographer. We have a bronze there. Next image, please.
Guys, just a little pause for a minute. Our lovely students from UCOL are finishing for the day. Is there anyone that needs water or needs anything from them? Otherwise, we can let the lovely Ashley go home, go back to their accommodation and relax.
Thank you, Cole.
Thank you, UCOL. Thank you, Ashley, for looking after us. That's
Thanks,
fantastic.
Ashley.
We'll see you tomorrow.
So we next image?
Yep.
Yeah, next image, thank you. Oh, because I can see it, I thought you already had. Okay, we're away. Okay, we have an initial score of a bronze at 76. 4 minds think very similarly, but one does not, which has resulted in an automatic challenge. Rebecca.
I scored this image an 86, silver distinction. I believe this is a superior piece of communication. This man, I believe, has a neurological condition that is affecting his brain. There are parts of his face that are in focus and sharp, and he's looking well. There's other parts of his face that are not. They're blurred, they're dark. He has one shoulder on the left which is sharp and in focus, showing that he's well physically in one part of his condition, perhaps, and then the other part is blurred out, including the opposite part of his brain. So the top left of his head is blurred out, which is the same as the bottom right. I think there's, unfortunately, you know, with neurological conditions, whether it's Parkinson's or motor neuron or any of those kind of conditions, unfortunately it affects you physically as well as your brain. And I think that this is what this is trying to communicate here, and I think it's done very, very well. It's articulate. The colour palette, being black and white, shows a sort of darkness to it. I'm not sure how you guys can't see that, but hopefully I've put a bit of light onto the situation there. Yes, it's not 100% sharp. Yes, there's some technicals in there, but does it matter? This guy is going through probably hell in his head around a condition that he has, and I think that's probably communicated in the way this is being presented to us. So I'm staying up there at 86.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah, I was down on the professional standard scale at 71. Just speaking to the few points you raised, I don't see a sharp point on the face on the right. I see that all is out of focus. The sharpest point is the left shoulder, where I think, especially, I can appreciate the story there into maybe some sort of condition, but the window into the soul or the mind is the eye, and we can't really necessarily, we're not drawn to that. I get straight to that shoulder, and apart from that, where the image splits in half down the face, it creates a black spot in the middle and again pulls me away from the eye. So just on technical side of things, that's why I scored it at 71.
Matt.
Yeah, Tim said part of what I wanted to say, but I don't find it a problem that there's nothing in focus or sharp on the right-hand side. But I do find the dark ear, and that being probably the most detailed part of the image with the little hairs coming out, you know, it's got the high contrast, it's got a lot more sharpness than other areas of the image. That's a real issue. So if that had have been less sharp, then I could have probably forgiven that the rest of it wasn't as sharp. And but yes, I did see the story, which is why I put it into a bronze.
Well, that's each end in the middle, so back to you, Rebecca.
I think technically it doesn't matter when you are dealing with someone that has got a neurological condition potentially. Their whole world is a bit of a mess and their body can go with it. And there are times when it's okay and there are times when it is not okay. And I think we're not looking for perfection here. It doesn't need to be perfect. This person's brain is not perfect. Their body is not perfect because of something that they're carrying around with them. The shoulder being sharp on the left, perhaps he's carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. His mind's going, his body's probably going a little bit with it. I think we need to step away from some of the technical and think of the conceptual here. I think this is a very, very strong image. I think the photographer has made all of these decisions about how this has been presented to us on purpose in an incredible way. I'm very moved by this.
Thank you. So initial score 76, please rescore. Okay, guess where we're at. So it's scored 79, which is wonderful for the photographer. So in or out, guys, 79 bronze, 80 silver.
Oh.
Mika. Oh, got to unlock. Sorry, guys.
It was there and then it wasn't.
Okay, we have everyone in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it remains at 79. Thank you.
Okay, just a little housekeeping, judges. We have some dinner available for our judges that aren't on the panel at the moment. If you and anyone from any other judging rooms, there's food available in the judging room. In the judges' lounge. If you'd like to go and take a short break and get something to eat, and then when you come back, we will be we'll do a little judge change. Thank you.
Thank you, judges, and just a little bit quicker. Thank you. Cheers.
Just keep those comments just a little bit more succinct if we can, please.
Totally. $79. Well done. Bronze. But Matthew.
Yeah, my first thought was Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. I feel like the floatiness of this image and her within the space is so well done. It's reminiscent of those films where people are just flying through space. There doesn't look like there's any effort that she's exuding to be in that position, which is quite impressive. I feel like she's within her own theaterette being lit up by the industrial light that's coming through that channel, and we're kind of observing this interesting and unusual motion. No matter how you look at this image, whether it's commercial in terms of displaying a dress and how it can flow, or whether it's purely conceptual in terms of having somebody floating in space in an elegant way, I think this is quite strong at silver.
Mika.
I'm also at silver for similar reasons. I would have gone higher were it not for the brightness of the floor underneath her, but I think that the lighting is actually quite beautiful and the flowiness is exquisite, and the contrast between the grunge and the gorgeousness is spot on.
Thank you for that. So it's sitting on 79. Matt, reply?
Talk
Yep.
again? No one else wants to talk?
Oh, yep, go for it.
Yeah, I do really like this image, and I awarded it a 75. But the reason why I feel like I can't go higher with it is just this weird conflict between the grace and then the awkwardness of her upper body. Like, to me, from a dancing perspective, she feels her hand line just feels so awkward. There are a lot of elements that I agree with, that I do like what you've said, but that just kind of holds me back. That and the strip of light down the bottom I find distracting.
Before Matt replies, is everyone happy? Matthew?
Well, I'm certainly not going to argue with a dance expert, but I would say that I place it more in kind of the martial art floating than perhaps the dance floating, and I think that her arm muscles are showing quite well, and it shows a grace but also a strength in terms of the light that's running across the bottom. I'm going to go to skateboarding here, but one of the tips in skateboarding is if you're showing a jump, you also show where the landing is or where the person has jumped from. I believe the strong light actually provides an anchor for an image that is floating, and really kind of gives her that bottom line that allows her to float above it. So whilst you could probably tone it down a bit, I feel like that element is quite deliberate in providing that function within the image. I'm asking for a silver. We're only 1 point away, and let's not go to a review.
Great comments. Thank you, Matt. Rescore, please. And it has taken it to a silver at 80. I might say that some of the scoring's a little bit on the fence, so be a little bit brave with your scoring. You know, it's in or it's out. Putting 9s in it, you know, it's in or is it out? Back your thoughts with your scoring. Okay, next image, please. Well done, thank you for that. That's a silver at 80. Very even scoring there. Matt, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, there's a great movement and vibration to this image. Beautiful detail on the moisture or dew or drops or whatever it is. Not an easy thing to accomplish. Initially, I was a bit confused about the large area at the top, but I think that draws you back to the top so that you can fall down again. Well taken.
Great comments, thank you. Photographer will appreciate that. We'll accept that score. Next image, please. Okay, we have a silver at 80. Well done. Amber?
So I scored this an 86. I think this is so beautiful. It just has a really haunting quality about the image, and I feel like it could be a sailor who is just longing to get back out to sea. I think that the multiple exposure elements compositionally have been done very, very cleverly. The tonal range is beautiful, and I really believe that this deserves at least a silver distinction.
Okay, we have 3 in the silver range and 2 out. Rebecca.
Perhaps I was a little bit harsh at, I scored this in the professional standard range. I feel like the bottom half of the image doesn't need to be there. It's very dark and muddy, and if the man was standing on that horizon line with the mask coming down, I think that's the hero of the image. I feel like he disappears into this muddiness. He's got the horizon line cutting him right through the middle, which I find very distracting. Then there's another horizon line just above his head. I feel that if he was lifted up and he sat on that horizon line with those beautiful layers in the hills and these amazing verticals coming down to meet him, I feel that's the image there. And I feel he's a bit lost in the muddiness of the bottom there. I'm happy to listen, and I think maybe coming up into that next category for me, absolutely. But yeah.
Anyone else? Matt, yes?
Yeah, very quickly, I just felt like that darkness at the bottom prevented that part of the image from being as legible as the rest of the image. I can completely see why you've gone as high as you have because of the atmosphere and the mood, but I just wish that the craft and the attention to detail in that bottom area was matching the rest.
Okay, so some diverse thoughts there. You want to bring it home? Emma?
Sure, I hear what you guys are saying, but I think that the darkness in the bottom of the image is balanced by the light in the centre, and that is where the person is longing to be. I think that I have no issue with the two horizon lines in there. The one of them I think is like the edge of the man-made part of the land, and then one of them might be the true horizon. This is really quite an emotive and beautiful image, and I just really feel like it should be rewarded for that. So come
Thank
up.
you, Amber. We have a score of 80. Rescore, please. $82. You never know those 2 points. They all count in the end, so thank you for that. We'll accept that. And next image, please.
Excuse me, Jean-Marie, could I get you to come to the panel chair table, please?
Thank you, judges. Once again, we have a 79, so well done. Nice bronze, but... So would we like to speak to it or just move it in or out? Will we have a choice of challenge there from Matt or Rebecca?
Oh, I'm happy to speak to it in terms of a review.
Okay, so okay, in terms of the review, so we're talking to that.
Yeah, I'm happy to see
Sure.
this pretty much as a high bronze or a silver, but I feel like there's parts of the image that are beautifully crafted. The nice leading lines to the deer that's hidden in the back there. What was holding me back in terms of advice for the photographer is that with the snow falling, I wasn't quite believing that cloud as being showing in that way, in that kind of condition, as well as the depth of field on the left-hand side, grass being slightly different to what's on the right-hand side, and that kind of put me off a tiny bit, but overall I think the craft is very high and potentially worthy of a silver.
Yes, Amber.
I scored this as 77, and I like it for the reasons that you've explained. But I just feel like there's just one too many elements within this image. I don't know that the birds are necessary, and I feel like it would be stronger with a little bit more simplicity.
Okay, guys, so we know what to do. 79, it remains the same. 80, it's a silver.
Oh, stop!
Hang on.
I did something wrong.
Well, there's a
Oh,
challenge.
is that what we have to?
80 in, 79
So,
out.
review.
So it only can be 79 or 80.
Do we put it in the challenge score or the review score?
Review.
Oh, sorry,
Oh,
that's my fault.
good question, actually. It goes in the
That
review
wasn't
score.
exactly
Yeah.
challenging.
Review
I
score,
was just
guys.
And then you
giving
Oh, I'm going to have to delete that.
Thoughts.
Sorry.
Okay, got it.
Got it.
Okay, it stays. Oh, hang on. We're one shy still, so I better unlock that, I guess.
God. Oh, yeah, mine's gone.
Okay, it stays where it is at 79. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, judges. I'm just doing a little judge change, please. Rebecca, thank you very much. If I get you to hop off, and Craig Turner Bullock, could you come in for her? And Matt, would you like to pop out? And could we have Tanya Niwa back in, please?
Very good on a PC. What do you do here? Right. Oh, went past. Jesus. Oh, see. Oh, yeah, there. Yeah, I'm not onto it.
We all good? No, not quite.
Can I just do one more change? Sorry, can I just do one more change? Mandy, could you please come in for Amber? So, Amber, could you please pop off and have some dinner, please?
Thank you.
Is this the new print? No. Oh, I was going to say that was the last one. Good. Just checking.
We all in? Cool, Mandy? Sweet. Next image, please. Okay, thank you. We have a high professional standard at 74. Is the panel happy with that?
Yeah,
Mika.
can I,
Yes, you can.
yeah, okay. So I'm on 78, and I think this is a bronze. And what I really love about it is it's a twist on the classic tennis shot. It's got the swish of the Nike. It's someone. It looks like he's throwing the ball in the air. You've got the strip of the tennis court beautifully mirroring the line at the bottom. But instead of a tennis ball, you've got this butterfly. And I just think the quirkiness and the unusualness and the creativity of that just brings me joy. And I think that should be rewarded.
Tim?
I was on 71 professional standard. I agree with everything you've said there. I think the decisive moment has been captured beautifully. What held me back is the black bar at the bottom, how it crops the neck and the wrist off, and it just feels a bit awkward.
kind of in the middle, Mandy.
What held me back were the number of fingers and trying to wrap my head around what I was actually looking at there. But I'm definitely listening.
Right of reply.
I don't think, I think the quirkiness kind of covers the fingers, and I think that although it would have been nice to see a little bit more at the bottom, I think that the cutoff is strongly reminiscent of a lot of shots we see in tennis where the shadow from the roof is often in unusual positions, and so I don't see that as an issue either, because I think that gives us even more strongly the feeling that it's a tennis shot. So I still maintain that this is worthy of an award, a bronze.
Thank you, judges. So original score 74.
Oh, I've got to put mine in, sorry.
Yep. Good on you, Mika. You got it into a bronze for the author. So we had a end up 76. Well done. Accept that score. Next image, please. Okay, we have pretty good consensus across the board here, and it's resulted in an 82, but we do have two people who can challenge it. Craig, go for it.
This is a haunting and beautiful dance of loss and longing, and I think it's been really respectfully done. The doll and the cracks on the faces, the sadness from the man just laying down, cradling himself. Yeah, I think that it's a superior piece of communication, and we should bring it up into the distinction ranges.
Thank you. Other end of the scale, but not that far away. Mandy?
I'm just going to listen.
Okay. Well, you can listen to Tim then.
Yeah, I was at 87 silver distinction with Craig there. I agree with everything he said there. I see loss. I see broken. I see a almost whimsical sadness. She's cradling this, what I'm assuming is symbolic for a lost child, and maybe this man is mourning a child that he was excited for and he never got to meet. I think the introduction of the dance pose brings this sort of like ethereal sadness. It's the color palette, the lighting. There's nothing there that I can see wrong with it, and I think the story is really, really compelling, and it's made me quite emotional. So I think it deserves a silver distinction.
Everyone happy? So that leaves you, Craig.
Yep. I think yeah, this is a really sad image, but I still feel hopeful from it as well, and I think we can bring this up just a touch more to a silver distinction.
Okay, so original score 82. Well done, panel. 86, silver distinction. We'll accept that score. Next image, please.
Just a reminder to judges just to speak up just a little bit for our audience at home, just so that we can hear you nice and clearly.
Okay, interesting this one. So we've ended up with a silver at 81. Well done. We do have a range of thought here, though. I'd quite like to hear some conversation on it. So, Mandy, would you like to take it up?
I put this at 87 because the definition of a silverwood's distinction is excellent level of imagination and creativity, excellent visual communication and interpretation of the subject and emotion, and excellent level of technique, craft. I've never seen this done before, and I am rewarding the heck out of that. I feel that it works on a level of balance. I feel that it works on a level of ingenuity. I think the construction is paper. To me, it looks like it's paper and tinfoil that has created this exquisite little story of a mountain, story of a range, and we're being incredibly tight to not reward that level of craft. So tell me, what's wrong with this?
So as for those at home and here, we do have scoring ranges, starting at 50 all the way to 100, obviously. And this image has created a couple of different thoughts here. So Tanya, you're at the other end.
So this looks like the mountain of which I descend, which may not be, but it looks like Maunga Taranaki, and I find it quite offensive that there are textures through the mountain, which is already really beautiful. Like the central image has some beautiful detail in it, and I feel like the experimentation just is, I guess it muddies the actual subject of the mountain, and I find that really the dark areas on the left and right, like the blacker areas, I think they're quite confusing as well. But yeah, I just think the texture is too much. There's already great detail in the centre, and I just think it's quite offensive to put that texture through what we consider to be like our tupuna.
Mika.
Yeah, I find the dots very confusing. I'm not sure that they add anything in particular, and I'm wondering why they're there. I was hoping someone would speak to that because I find them quite detracting. And in terms of excellent visual communication, I'm not quite understanding this image. I think it's clever, but clever for clever's sake is not necessarily, a thing to be rewarded in and of itself. So I'm on 76, and I'm listening, but I'm a little.
Tim.
I was at 83 silver, and for the reasons that Tanya spoke to, I have to preface this with I don't fully know the whole background of Māori culture and heritage, but I got the celebration through the Indigenous patterns used, and it also gave me a reference to skin, which I know it feels like a homage to heritage, and I got Mount Aoraki from the South Island from this, and I see the white panel as being the centerpiece, the frame, the peak, and then the side panels support that. So I see strength, I see heritage, and I think those patterns and those dots really add to that narrative of potentially tamoko or something similar that is adorned on the body of this mountain, beautiful, beautiful piece.
Well, that's the great thing about 5 different minds and perspectives. Would you like to bring it home, Mandy?
Ooh, that's a tricky one to do now. Look, I can't say that I share the understanding that you have, but I can say that I see such creativity here, and I'm rewarding the novelty of it, and I'm rewarding what I feel. I don't. I hear what you're saying, Tony, but I don't read anything disrespectful in this. I read it as honoring, and I think that would have been the intent behind it, and in no way a disrespectful response. and I love it. So
Well, that's great. So we've got to honour our own
Yeah.
thoughts and impact that things have on us. So score what you're thinking. Well done. Stronger silver, 83. Thank you, judges. We'll accept that score. And just remember to clip it along a little bit, otherwise you'll be here till breakfast. Well done, judges. Pretty even across the board in thought there. It's resulted in a 72. And we're happy with that. Yes. Perhaps, Tanya, you want to have a little chat to the photographer for that?
Yeah. I just think sometimes when we're trying technique, it needs to still tell us, have a narrative, and I think it's quite a little bit unclear as to what we're actually, where we're going with this, with having the multiple exposures.
Thank you. So we'll accept that score. Next image, please.
Excuse me, Jan Marie, are you able to pop just up to the panel chair table just for a moment, please?
Thank you, judges. We've ended up with a silver, which is well done. Mandy, what was your score, sweetie?
I scored an 86, and I would invite you to look at this again. And the challenge is to allow you time to do that. For me, I see echoes of Christianity. I see a cathedral. I see literally a cross in the center here, and it's water. It's holy water is what I'm looking at, and I just find that phenomenal to have pulled off, and certainly worthy of a silver distinction.
Okay, Craig.
I didn't see anything. I scored this 84. I didn't see anything relating to religion or church. What I did see from top to bottom was a dragon, a dog, and a beetle in the middle there. And I thought that was really clever to play with these kind of abstract patterns and give them kind of living, animated creatures.
Tim?
Yeah, I was on 75 bronze, which I think is possibly a bit harsh in this. After hearing both Mandy and Craig's interpretation, I think that's the beauty of abstraction, is that you can read into it from your own perspective. I do see the dragon head, and I both do see the cross and the holy water, and I think that central area is quite beautiful. I guess the only thing that's holding me is there's the two lines on the side where it folds down on itself. I found that a little bit distracting, but I'm definitely going to come up.
Anyone else wish to comment before I write a reply? Mandy.
Okay. This is, now I'm starting to see a puma. I can see all kinds of stuff. This is one of those crazy images that you can just sit with, and it's almost as if it's a portal into another dimension. and it's going to feed you up whatever you need to see. It's like a tarot card in a image form. So, gosh, reward it for its insanity of awesomeness.
Okay, guys, let's go to the scoreboard. It was 81 originally. Well done. It's now a silver distinction at 85. Accept that score. Just shake it out of the judges. Give it a little.
Puma with a glowing eyes. Yeah.
That's good. Doing very well. For those judges waiting in the wings, there will be change soon. Who's missing? Nobody. Oh, yummy. We have a beginning of a conversation, I'm sure, but the image scores silver distinction already at 85. But without even looking up, I know somebody might want to have a chat to that. Mandy, what would you like to say?
Oh, wow. Anzac Day is not the easiest thing to photograph in a way that really lets your heart come to the front. This is artistically rendered. It is stunning. I cannot fault it in any way because wow. Why are we not automatically in gold for this? I want to hear reasons, and then I'll fight.
Well, at the other end of the scale, but still enjoying the image, is Tanya.
I'm still in the silver range, so I'm still in support of the image, so I'm not the bad guy. Just saying.
No, there's no bad guys here.
Yeah, I really think that, I think the illustrations within the images are really, really strong. Like the white illustrations on the first and third image, they add to it. Yeah, it's all very well put together, very masterfully put together. I would have loved to have seen more, being able to read what the last image actually had to say, because it must be there because it's important. That's the only thing.
Got to see that for yourselves, guys. No talking to each other. I'm sorry. Tim, what would you like to say?
I'm at 88 silver distinction, and I think even thinking about it now, I am probably being tough at that, and I'm happy to come up to gold with Mandy. I see a celebration, a remembrance, honouring of these soldiers who fought for our country, and I think what I would love to reward this for is I can see these on flags, and I think there's like an added commercial element to this to really celebrate what these soldiers did for this country. It was brave, it was our history, our past, and something that we really need to honour and respect. The colour palette's beautiful, each image highlights that, and I think the soldier on the far right walking with his horse is kind of that. It's almost got like an afterlife quality, a peacefulness, and I think that's what these soldiers deserve is peace for giving their lives for our country. Yeah, so I'm happy to come up to gold.
Thank you, Tim. Mandy.
When you have a historical event it is really difficult sometimes to relay this to the next generation, what that sort of sacrifice felt like or was like. And this image is able to weave in the great-grandfathers with the grandchildren. And that is a powerful thing to have done. And to bring that full circle and to have the empathy of the child woven in for those who sacrifice themselves for them. Holy crap, how is this not like a gold distinction? Look, I can't move up any higher, but you guys can. So I'm actually asking you to please take this to gold distinction because it is sublime. Go look at the storytelling again.
Thank you for those comments. There's excitement in the air. Judges, please rescore. The original score was 85. Oh, what a shame, only a 92. Congratulations to the photographer there. I'm sure they're very, very happy with that. Thank you, judges. That was great commentary.
We'd just like to have a little judge change, please. Thank you so much, Tim Lomax and Mika. We were just a little bit long for you too, sorry. We're just waiting for our other judges to have some dinner. And could we welcome back, please, Richard Wood and Rebecca Kempton, please. To log in.
You all good, Ricardo? Scrolling.
Are you?
Oh, yep, success.
Good. Sweet. Next image, please.
Oh, shoot. Whoopsie.
Okay, pretty even across the board, relatively speaking. 75, so it's a bronze. So well done. Congratulations. Is the panel happy with that? Craig, would you like to? Sorry?
Comment?
Would you like to comment to
no,
the?
no.
What? No, she doesn't want to.
Yeah, and Men's okay, sorry.
Yeah, that's right. So he wants to. Yep. So yeah, go for it, Craig.
Yeah, I really enjoy the colour tones of this and the kind of rusted elements. I think I would have scored it higher if I saw some more interplay between the straight lines in each of the circles.
Sage nodding of the heads there, so that's good commentary for the photographer. Thank you. 75, we'll accept that score. Next image, please. Okay, We've ended up with a high bronze, which is great for the photographer, 78. Craig would like to challenge that. Your score, Craig?
So I gave this an 84 silver, and I really enjoy this. It reminds me of the kind of Folies Bergère with the dancers and feather boas and sort of the kind of flamingo kind of things. And I wanted to, reward the photographer for doing that.
Thank you, Craig. Anyone else? Thank you, Rebecca.
I scored this an 80. Graphically, I think it's really pleasing to the eye. I also saw a whole bunch of really small white Pomeranian dogs in there with wings.
How did I not see that?
And with these kind of squids coming from each corner, which I find really slightly mad and but also quite fabulous at the same time. So I wanted to reward the photographer for that.
Right, a reply, or does anyone else want to have a comment? Richard, no? Okay, Craig, go.
I'm glad you mentioned the squid in the corners as well, because I think those are awesome. How did I miss the dogs? I don't know, but they're great too. And I think this is a great piece that you can look at for a long time. Give it a silver, please, guys.
It's close to already. Rescore judges, 78, the original score. Well done. It's reached silver at 80. Accept that score. Next image, please.
Oh, wrong thing.
Pretty even scoring there, 73. Panel seems pretty happy with that, with those scores. Richard, comment for the photographer?
I would like to see more of it in focus, I think.
Okay, thank you for that. Accept that score. Next image, please. That's interesting, certainly a range of scores there. We've ended up with a bronze at 76. Well done to the photographer. And Craig would like to challenge that.
Yeah, I scored this in the silver range as well, just for the storytelling in this guy's face and the blur. And I haven't scored it higher because there are maybe a few things that are a little bit distracting. I am pulled away by the lines in the background and the emblem on the T-shirt, but the strength in that face and the motion and the emotion there and the confusion and the chaos, and I think we saw an earlier image relating to maybe mental illness, and I kind of see the same thing in this as well. So I think it deserves a little bit more than a bronze.
Tanya? Okay, that's cool. Anyone else like to make a comment? Mandy?
I'll be coming up with you because I can just see like everybody's drunk Uncle Barney. You know, it's got a a real character piece here, and it does have creative flair. So I'll be supporting you there.
Craig?
Yep, I don't think I need to add anything. Let's rescore.
Let's rescore, guys. Original score 76. Oh, well done. Majority of 3. What are you clapping for? I haven't told you the score yet. It's an 80. Well done. Good on you, Craig. Accept that score. Next image, please. If you're going to talk to the print, don't dwell on negatives, as in support the print, I mean. It's a very even scoring there, and it's resulted in 71, professional standard. Looks like the panel are happy with that. Rebecca, would you like to make a comment for the photographer?
I think this is a bit of a nod to perhaps Aboriginal heritage here in the display of the neon paint on her body. Perhaps there's a family link. I just feel there needs to be more connection in the face, and the blue in the background's very distracting. So, but keep working on the idea.
Thank you. We'll accept that score. Next image, please. Okay, quite even scoring, relatively speaking. We've ended up with a bronze. Well done to the photographer, 77. Panel happy with that score? Okay, Tanya, would you like to talk to the photographer?
Yeah, there's lots of interesting shapes and tones and textures within this image. Perhaps to elevate it a bit more, could have been perhaps where the focus was. The focus is towards the fish at the back, which is really interesting. But I think the focus more towards the foreground would have just elevated it even more.
Thanks, Tanya. We'll accept that score. Next image, please. Very even response, pretty much, and we've ended up with a bronze at 76. Well done. Let's see, who hasn't had a turn for a while? Rebecca, would you like to talk to that?
Great visual impact here. Colours, for me, it just said bushfire, so that was my first thought. I love the way that you've abstracted it, so I really appreciate the sort of intentional movement going on there. The bright at the top just sort of led me out of the image, unfortunately, and when I saw the type of plant that it was, which was in the top right, I saw that it was a weed that I see every day. Perhaps if that was sort of twigs and you know, crackly branches that were old and burnt, you know, that would have totally added for me. That just sort of took it for going up, but I think it needs to be, you know, rewarded. I think you need to be rewarded for great technique and colour palette, fab.
Thank you, and you have been rewarded with a bronze, thank you, and we'll accept that score.
Okay, thank you, judges. We'll just have a quick judge change. Thank you, Tania Niwa and Craig. You can hop off for a little while. And could we welcome back, please, Matt Palmer and Amber Griffin, please.
Hi. Where am I? Oh, there.
So for those at home, this is a marathon of concentration for the judges, so I thank them on your behalf for maintaining their levels of concentration at this time of night. So next image, please. And while the judges are thinking, just once again to thank our major sponsor, Nikon, for making this event happen for us. It's wonderful to get together again, celebrate photography. Friendship. My assistant prods me to mention, which we have in spades. Okay, so we have fairly even scoring across the board, which has resulted in a very high professional standard at 74. Does anyone feel like talking to that? Richard?
Yeah, it is an impressive portrait, an impressive model there too, some really interesting things going on. There's a halo around the outside of her body and a very strong highlight on the nose that probably needs to be dealt with.
So that was a comment, not a challenge, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, thank you for that. So I'm sure the photographer appreciates that, so we'll accept that score. Next image, please. Okay, I think there's a fairly similar response, roughly speaking there. We've resulted in a 70. Matt, what would you like to say? Is that a challenge or a comment?
I can't challenge.
Oh, right.
Comment.
Yep.
It's an intriguing object with a lot of luminosity. What's holding me back is that there's some artifacts or some sort of shape within the blacks that's not prominent enough to add anything, but comes off as a bit of a mistake. So if you check on a calibrated monitor, there may be information in your file that you're not aware is there.
Thank you for those comments, Matt. We'll go for the next image. Reach over and get that. Fairly similar to each other there, and it's resulted in a bronze at 75. Panel happy with that score? Amber, would you like to talk to the photographer?
I think this is a lovely, excuse me. I think this is a lovely portrait of two young ladies. The texture that's been placed over the top I find very, very dominant, and I struggle with the authenticity of them standing in that landscape.
Thank you very much, Amber. We'll accept that score. And we have the next image. Thanks, guys. Okay, lots of consideration there. Resulted in a very high bronze at 78. Okay, panel's happy. Is the panel happy with that score? Okay, Matt, would you like to talk to the photographer there?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting series of images that's quite conceptual. However, the addition of the goldfish in the third frame kind of through the story of possibly of transformation, of discovery, it didn't seem to fit in with the narrative of the rest of the frames.
Thank you, Matt. We'll accept that score. High bronze, well done. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. Very similar thinking there. 73 average as a result. Panel's probably happy with that. Amber, would you like to talk to the photographer?
I just feel a little confused by this image. I'm struggling to understand the relationship between the two components of the image. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you for that. We'll accept that score. Next image, please.
Okay, judges, just remember that when you're commenting, just make sure that you're adding something extra to the conversation rather than repeating what the other judges are saying, just for the interest of keeping things moving and giving the most to the entrant, please.
So only a few points between you here, which has resulted in a high bronze, 79. But we know that can't just remain without some sort of discussion or action. Yes, Rebecca.
I scored this an 82. I think it absolutely deserves to be in the silver category. There's a few faces in here. I feel that it's a bit crazy, as in perhaps this person that's being photographed is going through a mental struggle. The looks on the face are sort of slightly insane, and you can see the three all coming together in one, and perhaps, you know, in our own heads we have all of those three things going on in our head, or three ideas or feelings all at once, and feeling crowded. I think that shows it, it illustrates it very well. Yeah, that's me.
Anyone else? Matthew.
I appreciated all of that. I felt like I wasn't quite buying the authenticity of the acting involved in taking this photograph. I feel like the guy is cheering more than being in some sort of anguish or manic state. So that held me back a little bit in terms of believability.
Okay, guys, we have an original score of 79.
Are we reviewing or challenging?
Yes.
Well, was that a challenge? Was Rebecca allowed to challenge that?
Were you challenging Rebecca or were you commenting?
I was challenging.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
so
okay,
we're
so
going
you
to the-
write a reply.
Does anyone else want to comment?
No?
No. I don't see joy in this at all. I see manic. I see a little bit of insanity. Great idea, great concept. I think the photographer deserves a silver to be rewarded for putting this together.
Thank you. Let's rescore. Great, we have a silver at 80. Next image, please.
Also make a little shout out to our online audience, particularly for our Australian counterparts who weren't able to be with us this year. We understand and know how tough things are for you guys over there, and we're thinking of you, and hopefully you'll be able to join us back again soon.
Okay, we have very high professional, the highest of professional standards at 74. Everyone happy with that? Okay, comment, Richard? Oh, Mandy. Here we go, Mandy. You're the biggest supporter of that image.
Sure. Oh, I think I just enjoyed the ethereal quality of this, and yeah, I'm gonna leave it right there.
Okay. All right. Well done, photographer. High professional standard. We'll accept that score. Next print, please, or next image, please. Well done, panel. Very similar thinking there, to the point. 72 average. Thank you. And Rebecca, do you like to say something to the photographer? Oh, Matt, I beg your pardon, didn't see there.
Yeah, but I applaud the technique by the photographer. This is one of those shots that you have to take, 100 times to be able to get a really good one. And here, I just feel like the athlete themselves, how they're portrayed, is not particularly flattering in terms of commercial or sporting use.
Thank you, Matt. We'll accept that score.
Okay, thank you, judges. We're just going to have a small judge change. Rebecca and Richard, if you'd like to step off for us, please. And could we welcome back Tim and Mika, please? And also Mandy, would you like to hop off? And could we have Tanya and Niwa, please?
We all good? Trying to find yourself, Tanya?
Just finding, I've got myself, I just got to find that panel. Oh, yep, very good. Yep, thank you.
Sweet. Next image, please. Thank you for that. We have fairly even scoring, apart from one, and we've ended up with an average of 73. Panel happy with that? Okay. Amber, would you... Oh, I beg your pardon, Mika, yes?
Yeah, I really like the feeling of Alice falling through the looking glass kind of situation with the holes and the windows. What I think that the photographer might want to what's that word? Experiment with is the warmth of the gold. I feel that it's a little bit greenish, and that's I think that's doing the image a disservice. So perhaps visit that, and you might have a stronger image.
Thank you, Mika. We'll accept that score. Next image. Once again, quite even. We've ended up with a score of 73. Mika.
I can speak, can't I?
Speak as in comment to the photographer or challenge?
As in challenge.
Yes, anyone can challenge it. Yep.
I actually see a figure, an eye, very feminine face, and that supports the whole femininity of this image. It's where you see the stalk that runs down the centre. There's a woman looking down to the right with a fringe, and I feel that her cocoon, her being is cocooned by these very floral, feminine, organic structures, and I feel this is certainly worthy of a bronze award.
Tanya, you're furthest away from that thought.
So when I went to explore the image, I was drawn to the stalks of the flowers and probably was just not sure where to, I wasn't clear on where to go to, and I think it was a little bit confusing, so there was, just needed a little bit more of a focal, focal grab. I still can't quite see what the figure you're talking about, so I'm intrigued to find it.
Yes, Matt.
Yeah, I could also see the face, which is why I took it into the higher level of professional standard. But I felt in terms of experimentation with floral in ice or whatever it's encased in, if some of those flowers were facing towards the camera and filling in some of the areas where there's not as much action, that would really lift it a lot.
Mika?
I want you to see the face, so I'll try and point it out. There's the stalk that runs from the left to the right, from the bottom to the top. Where the top, it looks like there's almost a leaf coming down from it. That's the eyebrow and the eye. If you can't see it, you can't see it. But I do. I really enjoyed that feminine quality. I'm being held back by all the things that have been pointed out. But a few extra points, I think, would be. It is worthy of a few extra points if you can find them.
Good luck with that. Rescore, please. Original score 73. Stays the same.
Can you show me now? Okay.
Well done to the photographer. Still high professional standard. Thank you for that. We'll accept that score. Next image. Okay, fairly similar thinking there. We've ended up with 71. I think the panel will be happy with that. Matt, would you like to say something?
Yeah, I think there's the start of an image here, some interesting exploration, but the background really requires some attention, especially where there's been composite images put together. There's actually different values of black that are quite identifiable on a good monitor.
Thank you for that, Matt. So we'll accept that score. Next image. We've ended up with a bronze, which is great, 75. Everyone seems pretty much around that area. I think they'll be happy to, yep. You want to speak
make
to
a
the author?
comment?
Yes, of course. Mika?
I'm really intrigued by this, and I really enjoy the cool and the warm tones. That door in the hill in the middle of nowhere, I'm intrigued by that, and I really enjoy it. I think that the two areas of brightness are competing, and I think that if you dull down the sky, this will be a stronger image because your eye will be drawn directly to that door instead of being competed with the sky.
Thank you. So we'll accept that score. And next image. You've got a nice roll on now, judges. Thank you. Okay, we have a 76, which is a bronze.
Speak to it.
Yes, Tanya? Is that a challenge, Tanya?
Yeah,
Yep,
yeah, yeah.
great.
Yeah, I scored this 81. It has a real freshness and simplicity to it. The fact, I guess it's like a modern portrayal of capturing a young person. I think it's worked very well. It's broken the traditional rules of looking space, but yet it's still balanced in the way it's composed. And I think it's the eye is very powerful. The fact that we've got blur from movement, yet you still see the eye really clearly, and the beautiful profile works very well. Yeah.
Anyone else? Tim?
Yeah, I'm on 75 bronze. I'm awarding it for its movement. When I initially saw this image, I thought of a magazine cover or a magazine spread, something of fashion nature. Love the pose of the model, the facial expression, the eye. There's something really alluring about it. However, just the highlights on the neck is what kind of kept me down.
Everyone happy? Tans? Write a reply, Tanya?
Yeah, thanks for the comments. I'm totally get that, but I'm still really taken away by this the way that we're presented with something it's just not what we normally see, and I think its level of I guess innovation is really cool for something really simple. So yeah, I'd like you to consider going up higher.
Thank you, judges. The score is 76. Rescore, please. Goes up 1 point to 77. So that will accept that score. A lot of the scores you're putting through, judges, are really on the fence, which is why you're ending up with these close calls, you know. Maybe just be a bit braver in your decisions either way. Next image, please. Okay, we have a 76. Fairly even. Everyone happy with that? Amber, would you like to talk to the photographer?
I think this image is a beautiful piece of art. It's very intriguing. I'm not sure whether it's an aerial capture or some kind of drawing, but I think that aesthetically it's really beautiful, and I'd like to know more about how it was created.
Thank you. We'll accept that score. Okay, one more. And next image, please. Okay, thank you for that. We have the highest of professional standards at 74. One judge, the next scoring range from that.
So that was me. I gave this image an 80. I snuck it into silver. I just feel like there is some kind of a story here, and I need a little more time to sit with it. I really like the contrast between having the colour image and the black and white, and I think that the black and white tonally is quite beautiful, and the movement with the, I think it's water coming down from the hair. I'm not sure what the narrative is with this image, but I just feel like there must be something there. Am I the only one up in that range?
Yes, most everyone else is pretty close to the score it got.
Okay.
Anyone
I'm
else?
sorry, I can't
Yeah,
communicate
that's all right.
anymore what the narrative might be.
Matthew? No, Matty? Oh, yeah, I thought you looked at either way, I'm happy.
I'll
Yep.
go.
Yep, go for it.
Yeah, I can't quite resolve what the story is here either. Obviously, there's an aspect of the heart, and there may be some depression or something like that, which could be related. But visually, I feel like the black and white and then the colour, if some of that bold yellow colour had have come across into the black and white in a really meaningful way, that would really help tie together the whole composition.
Thank you, Matt. Tim, did you want to contribute? No? Great. Amber?
Well, I'm feeling very alone up here, so I'm not going to try to push this too much, but just
Thank
go
you.
with your heart.
Scored 74, rescore please. Well done, took it to a bronze, 75.
Thank you, judges. We're just going to have a little bit of a judge change. Thank you, Amber and Matt, if you'd like to hop off the panel for us. And could we welcome back Craig and Tina Bullock and Rebecca, please?
You good, Craig? Sweet as broke. Let's go, judges. Rock and roll. Thank you. Whew. Not
See
so
what happens when we rush?
not so fast that I have to think that quickly. Well, we have a range of thought here. It's ended up in a nice strong silver, but we have somebody who might possibly wish to challenge that, and I will take Craig on that one.
So I've scored this 92 gold. I love this. This is something that we've seen presented to us before, these kind of patterns, but I've never seen it presented in this way. These are all portraits of people. They are all fantastic portraits in their own right. They're beautifully lit. They have got fantastic shapes that kind of are reminiscent of kind of Catherine wheels and fireworks. And so that kind of firework, the personalities come through in those people. And I really think that this definitely deserves to be a gold.
Well, there's going to be fireworks, I think. Tim.
I was on the lower end at 78 bronze, and I think I have been quite hard on this. I see this as, I guess, they're bodybuilders. They are champions of their body, and that takes a lot of dedication. I think it's been captured amazingly. I see everything Craig's saying. I guess for me there was just a lot of them in the frame, and potentially maybe if it was a row of 3 or maybe not the 9 grid, but I'm listening.
So perhaps I'll hear from Rebecca and then we'll give you a turn after that, Mika.
I scored this a 78. I'm on my 11th hour of judging today, and I'm very, very sorry that I didn't actually see the humans in there. I now have, and it's just fabulous. I am absolutely going to be jumping up at least 10 points from my 78, if not more. Thank you so much, Craig, for your enthusiasm and just pointing that out to me. I was looking at just the shapes, and I now see the bodies. It's been beautifully handled, great graphic, well done to the photographer.
Thank you for your honesty. Rebecca, Mika, what would you like to say?
Yeah, everything that Craig said, but in addition, I think the lighting is particularly on point because these are, if not bodybuilders, they're dancers or they're theatre people. This lighting suits it perfectly. I actually think that because there are so many of them, the trick is that you don't see it straight away, and I think that's part of the intention, is that you're rewarded by closer inspection. Yeah. And I think the longer we spend with this, the more we will notice and the more we'll appreciate, and I think that's part of the intention. So, I think this is pretty specky, and I'm probably going to go up.
Tanya.
I'm on 87.
Yeah, totally. This is totally intriguing because I couldn't immediately see that they were bodybuilders. The top 3 shapes, the way that the subjects and the expressions and the lighting is absolutely stunning on each person. My question is, it's not a put down or anything. I was just curious. Can you see? Are there 5 wheels that have people? Because the others I couldn't see people in, and if I can, I'm just curious to know if you could tell me. I can see them within 5. When you
It's not a discussion, it's a presentation.
No, for the I'd like to understand that because that was what I was
I'm sure Craig will help.
with. Yeah, that's what I was for Craig. I was just unresolved with that, that I couldn't see it in all of them, and I was wondering why.
Craig.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm really glad that we got to sit with this a bit longer. I didn't really notice the connection of them being athletes or bodybuilders or dancers. I just noticed the beautifully lit portraits. Now I see that connection. I like it even more, and I want to score it even more, but I can't. They are all people. Some of them, they're not. You can't see their faces, but they are all people. And I think to address one of the other comments about there being many, I think that's just the diversity of people. They're all different. There are many of them. We all have different personalities. So whether you see flowers, snowflakes, fireworks, whatever they are, they just display different personalities, and I wish I'd have scored it higher. So please come up.
So great energy and conversation, guys. Let's see it reflected in the scoring. Well done, panel. 93. Good on you, Craig. Good defence, my friend. We'll accept that score. You're all thinking the same. We'll just see what it ends up on, but it's beginning with an 84. Would anyone like to talk to that? Tim, where you go, my friend. What was your score?
I give this an 87 silver distinction. It's a really well-handled image. There's a delicacy to her pose, the texture through the cracking of the skin on the face. There's a mystery covered by the hair. I think the styling's fantastic, the colour tones, the palette. It's just an elegance to it, a mystery, and I think it's just a really well-handled image, so I think it deserves a silver distinction.
Craig, can we hear from you?
Yeah, I gave it an 82 for all the same reasons as you gave it a higher score, Tim. I really enjoy it, and I don't really have anything more to add.
Mika?
All that I would add is I love that some of the body paint comes across as fabric, like in particular, it looks like she's wearing a glove, but is not, it's just body paint. I also think that to achieve such distinct texture with such a limited tonal range is quite exceptional.
Anyone else? Tim?
Yeah,
Hang on.
also-
Is that a right reply? Does anyone else want to say something before Tim has a chat? Go for it.
I think the conversation here just highlighted there is no reason this shouldn't be a silver distinction. It's perfectly handled, great texture, great posing, beautiful image. Let's give it what it deserves.
Thank you, Tim. Rescore. The author owes you a beer. 87. Or a gin, whichever way you look at it. Sorry, Tanya. You're so PC now, Tanya. God.
No, I just mean you might have given us a hint that it was a male.
You're a good mate.
Probably not a female.
Yep.
We don't know.
We don't know.
We've got no idea. Thank you, judges. Could we just have a small judge change? Tim, could you hop off, please? And Richard, could you come back for a few more images, please?
You're on it. You know what you're doing. We all good, guys? Thank you. Okay, we've ended up with a mid-bronze, 77. Clap, clap, clap.
I will
but we do-
challenge that, please.
But we do have somebody in the next range, which is Craig, and he wants to have a crack at it.
I love the wild nature of this, the water and the movement and the colours and the tones. But what I really loved and gave an 82 for was just the fact that there's this seaweed at the bottom, but it seems to have taken on its own life. It's like some kind of sea creature or eel kind of writhing through the bottom of the image there. So I scored it 82, and I'd love to see it get a few more points.
Richard.
Yeah, I saw that too, Craig. For me, I think it's quite bottom heavy in terms of the information, and there's a lot on the top there that doesn't really need to be there. But also in saying that, I feel I want to see more of the scene. Like, it's just a little square of something that's bigger, and to me it's a piece of abstract texture with, yeah, definitely a peculiar sea creature looking thing at the bottom, but I needed more.
Well, they were the two at each end. Well, let's have a little middle one. Tanya, what do you think?
I couldn't decide whether the bottom area was anchoring it or distracting. That was, that was. I enjoyed the what I saw in the top 2/3, but I wasn't too sure if it was too literal in the bottom third.
Craig.
Okay. Well, I think that I think that the bottom anchors it, and it's not distracting. I think it's pretty well balanced out with the dark colours at the top. Yeah, I'd love a few more points if you can.
One more point anyway, Craig. So that's 78. You happy?
Yes, I am very happy.
Okay, we'll accept that. And next image, please. On the home straight, guys.
Just for the benefit of our viewers at home, we're in the creative category in Judging Room 1. This is day 2 of the Nikon Iris Awards 2021. If you're here in Nelson and you're driving around the city, pop down and have a look at the Trafalgar Centre. We have images projected onto the building, which is absolutely stunning. Give you an idea of just how creative and clever all the people are that are taking part in the awards. So, yeah, if you're around, come down and see us. Judging will commence again tomorrow. It's open to the public. We have galleries in the foyer that you're welcome to come and view the images up close and just see what it actually is that you're looking at. Sometimes things mean a lot more when you see them in person rather than on screen. So come on down, we'd love to see you.
Well, we've brought the silverware out at 81. Yes, Craig, you are allowed.
Okay. I gave this an 87. I think this is a really strong piece of communication. I find it quite confronting, and I find it a little bit shocking. You've got the kind of beauty, and then you've got the other side of, in a lot of cases of fashion, where the beauty industry comes from. So I think it says a lot about the society that we live in, and I think that it deserves a few more points.
Tanya, you're the only one who doesn't have an 8 in front of it.
Thanks, Craig, because I didn't understand that narrative that you've added to it. So that I think I looked at it, and from a distance, when you look back, the legs of the woman, the way that they're positioned just looked like they were almost like chopped off, and there's probably could do with a little bit more shape within the features of the tummy. It's quite strong on the tummy and the lighting and the hat. However, thank you for explaining exactly what you did, because that did help me understand the image. I couldn't understand what the purpose of it was, so thank you.
So Mika, you're enthusiastic. Let's have a crack.
Yeah, I'd like to offer a different interpretation. I see a lot of travel images, and they're often with people mending nets in a very similar pose, sitting amongst mountains of nets for fishing. And perhaps it's more of an homage to a history, which I think is a much more positive spin on this. If this child is being born into a family of a history of fishermen, and that's part of the story, I think this is a much more beautiful image. But I think the fact that we're all discussing it is probably a good thing. Anyway, I'm on 85. I think this is a really wonderful image, and I would have gone higher were it not for her legs disappearing into the mist and the part of the blue net that's covering her arm.
Everyone happy to move on? Craigo?
Yep. I thanks for that, Mika. I am glad to have a slightly more positive view on it. Silver with distinction.
Thank you, judges. Original score 81. You're going to be drunk by the end of the night, Craig. You've taken that to silver distinction. Thank you for that. We'll accept that score. Next image. Okay, let me have a little squiz here. All right, we have averaged silver, 80. Everyone happy with that? Yep. Richard, would you like to speak to the author?
Yeah, cute little story. See quite an involved little composite there. The only thing that picked up in my eyes was kind of some of the lighting within that book and what was going on with the child, and the stick maybe emerging from his backside, but just the shadows and the light of the torch wasn't overly believable for me. But that was the only thing.
Thank you, Richard. We'll accept that score. Next image, please.
I was going to, sorry,
Oh, beg your pardon?
sorry to interrupt. Could I just have one last judge change, please? Rebecca, thank you so much. You've had an epic day. Please take a seat over there. And Amber, would you just like to pop in to do this last little stretch for us? And Richard Wood, again, thank you so much. Tim, can you... sorry, Matt, could you hop in for Richard, please?
I must say how well you've all worked together. Thank you so much for that. You've had a great day already.
Very respectful and very communicative guys. Have been awesome. We've lost Richard Wood to the beanbag.
All on, guys? Yep, cool. Scores all fairly similar, thoughts the same, similar. We've ended up with a bronze at 76, so well done to the photographer. Don't think there's any divergent sort of opinions there, so we're happy with that score. Matt, what would you like to say to the photographer?
Yeah, I like the concept. If there had been a little bit more dimension to the lighting and also perhaps having different poses to create the 3 different mandala shapes, that would have helped lift it even more.
Thank you, Matthew. We'll accept that score. Next image, please. Well done. Similar thought processes here as well, and we've ended up with a bronze at 75. Mika, waving enthusiastically.
I just think this totally made me crack up because I think sometimes wedding photographs are so cliched, and I've never seen a couple put a bag over their heads. And I love that it's within an epic landscape, and yet it's not epic. The only thing that really held me back was the brightness of the rocks around them. I felt that it was a bit too hot, but I have to really tell the photographer, you're totally on the right track here, and I think this just cracks me up. The joy that I get from this photograph is epic.
Excellent. We're accepting that score though? Yes? Great, thank you very much. Next image, please. Bronze at 75. Craig, would you like to speak to the photographer?
Yeah, I think this has been really well toned, and I feel that there's a connection I haven't quite got here, that maybe the background is an X-ray or something like that. So I would like to have been able to understand the story a little bit clearer.
Thank you. We'll accept that score. Next image, please. Okay, judges, we have a bronze at 77. And we do have a couple of people just slightly higher than that. And Mika has put her hand up. Where you go?
Yeah, I'm on 82. I'm amazed at how such a busy image can be peaceful. I think that takes a great deal of skill. I see tree rings, I see forest. This is very organic, but the golden light is gorgeous. It's like, it really is like glittering gold. I think there's so much to appreciate about this image, even though I don't completely understand it. It's skillful, and I really definitely think it's worthy of a silver. Please come up.
Thank you, Mika. Tanya?
Yeah, I hadn't seen the tree rings, so that was helpful that you commented. I found the tones and the detail really interesting, and wanted to go in and explore. I just didn't have anywhere to land on. That was I guess that was what brought it down to me. But thank you for explaining, what I didn't see, because that helps.
Amber, you were quite enthusiastic as well.
Yeah, I think this is a really, really beautiful image. I agree with everything that you said, and I really enjoy the colour palette and the tones, and the brightness in the middle just feels really hopeful. It's beautiful. I think you need to come up.
Go for it, Mika.
I don't think I need to say anything else. Come up, join me.
All right, we have an original score of 77. Well done at 81. Thank you for that. I'll accept that score. And next image, please. Quite similar thinking across the board here, which has resulted in a 72. Reasonable professional standard. I think the panel's happy with that.
Just a comment. That was all.
Do you want to comment, Tanya?
Oh, if you needed a comment.
Well, you always need a comment.
Yeah, just with this image, it would be probably elevated if it had a stronger focal point, and the foreground is quite bright, as is the areas behind the tree. So that's what probably made it quite challenging to find a focal point for it.
Thank you for that, Tanya. We'll accept that score. Next image. Accepted the score.
Hold your scores just for a moment, judges. Could we have a tech support person, please?
Tracy?
Just need a tech support person, please, for a moment.
It's all right. We'll just get someone's running, so don't worry.
I believe someone did have a dictionary moment earlier.
Oh.
Can we cancel that request there? We've
Whatever they say about you, Tim. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Judges, please continue to score. Thank you.
How did you know that?
Because it's a Mac thing.
It's
That's a
good.
Mac thing. Are you a PC?
Yeah. No,
You're a Mac?
it's my computer.
Oh, we've just taught Russell something new about how his Mac works.
Yeah, I'm still learning how my phone works. Okay. Great. 79. So we have a bronze. Sitting on the fence though, aren't we? So we have two people in the next scoring range, and Mika is reaching for the sky.
I am.
What was your score, Mika?
My score is 87. I'm on a silver with distinction. I just think this is delightful. It's very bright, as a daisy should be. It's very joyous. I see the highlights have been so well handled. The specimens have been selected extremely carefully for their perfection. Love the repetition, the pattern, the way that the centre of it becomes a flower in and of itself. This is an homage to the daisy, a flower that I love, and I don't think it could be done better. I definitely think this is a silver with distinction because of the simplicity of the subject and the way that the photographer has elevated this to a place where no daisy should ever genuinely ever aspire to being. There you go.
Matt.
Yeah, I was on the opposite end. High professional practice. For me, I would have liked to have seen a little bit more variation in the daisies. There was also an opportunity to perhaps add another element that would have broken up or added some unusual, little cookie to the scene. And then I was held back even more so by the consistency of the lighting coming from the right-hand side on the more central bulbs that were coming through, and how that lighting hadn't really adjusted as it travelled around what the centre light source is. So I kind of got hung up on a few technical details that, put me in high professional.
Tanya, before we talk to Rebecca.
Yeah, for the reasons that Matt, you mentioned, that was what kept me at 83 for the lighting. And however, I was really drawn to the centre of this image and the fact that it plays, tricks on your eye, and it feels like it has movement of it going in and out, and I think that's what really captured it for me. So that's why I scored it in 83 for its creativity, and didn't score it higher because of what Matt said, but I'm definitely in support of this image.
Thank you, Tanya. Amber.
I do really like this image, which is why I awarded it a 75. But my issue just lies in the imagination and creativity factor. This is not an original concept at all, and I think it's been very well executed, but I just think it actually lacks imagination.
Okay, I've got my work cut out for me. I particularly like how in terms of addressing the originality issue, I think it's, I have seen mandala type images before, but I just think, the overlap of the petals, I think, has been done exceptionally well, and I think because of the way that they interact, the lighting couldn't be any different. The repetition of the overlay requires that consistent lighting. I think just because something's done well before, it shouldn't inhibit rewarding something that's been done extremely well another time. I'm not looking for a gold, but I think it's a daisy. Like, this is just so beautifully done. The luminosity of those petals. The lighting is exquisite. I wouldn't have it any other way. I think have another look and see if you can't find a few points.
So just remember, collectively, you've already reached 79. So let's rescore. Well done, Mika. That's now silver. Oh, 82. So gin for Mika later on. So accept that score.
And probably daisies too, Matt. I hope you took the cue there.
Might have to separate you Aussies, eh? Well, three of you have got an 8 in front of it, which has ended up with an 81 average. I think perhaps Matt would like to speak to the image, challenge it.
Yeah, I'll challenge it. I do think we need to have a chat about it. I'm not 100% sure on what the full story is in terms of a conclusion, perhaps, but it certainly is a portrait of somebody in a great deal of pain and looking for escape, a way of controlling how they feel, and the intensity of using these broken rocks to cut themselves. It just speaks to the absolute desperation in this image. The textures kind of give support to that feeling, and so does the kind of muted color tones. It just feels very upsetting, and I'm kind of rewarding, you know, the power of being able to portray that theme.
So, Craig.
Matt, thanks for clearing up what the rocks were. I didn't quite get the relationship between that and the cutting, and yeah, I will be lifting my score.
Lots of nodding. Are we happy with those comments?
I gave it.
Oh, sorry, Craig.
Silver distinction.
Yeah, that's right. So Matt's on 86. Mika.
I'm on 84, but I'll be coming up. I think this has incredibly powerful storytelling aspects to it. I don't know if it's a hand reaching out for help or if it's help coming too late, and I get that feeling like it might be too late. That hand has no life left in it, and I find that quite moving. So yeah, I'm great for the challenge.
Enthusiastically hit the buttons, guys.
Do I have a...
Oh, yes, of course you do. They might even hit it more enthusiastically after that.
Honestly, I don't know that I need the right to reply, but I think we all agree that this is a very powerful piece of communication. Mika's added a little bit of a conclusion to the story, perhaps. Very powerful piece. Yeah, and kind of constructed image here as well, so a lot of forethought by the photographer in how to handle such a delicate issue. So come up to a high silver distinction.
Thank you, Matt. Will 87 do for you, Matt?
Yeah, I'll do all right.
Well done to the photographer there. That would have been very exciting. Accept that score. And next image, please. Okay, we have a silver at 80. Everyone happy? Okay, that's great. Well, Mika, you can say something to the photographer if you like.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of mirroring today, and I think this is how you do it well. I commend the photographer for making it so subtle that it's difficult to find the areas that are mirrored. I really appreciate the tones here. The white really makes the black pop out, and I enjoy the muted colour palette. I think this has been done really well. Congratulations to the photographer. I'm not quite sure how to improve this image, but definitely keep playing with this idea because I think this works really well.
Thank you. We'll accept that score. Next image, please. Well done, judges. I want to thank you all very much for a great day. You've served the cause of photography very well. And for those out there watching, every print has been honoured with complete concentration by these experts, and they've dedicated themselves very much to the thought process and delivered it very well. Thank you very much, all.
Thank you both.
Thank you for some great panel chairing.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Please come and pick up your lanyards.
Oh, yes.
Those who don't leave yet because you'll be
Thank you.
seconded for judging the category winner.
Want to see something?
Oh, Peter, darling. Nice. Crago, Woody.
Thank you.
Bye, Brand.
Beer in the fridge. I'm gonna have one. With me. Sorry, I got just 1:45 to 8:30, so not too bad.
Thank you, sir.
That's amazing. You guys are awesome. Thanks. Keeping us on track.
Oh, wait, again today. We didn't want it today again.
Pull it off as a proof.
I love pulling things off. Calling you Richard all the time. I don't know why. I'm really sorry. I do know that your name.